You want to sit in the hall right now? Oh, yes, yes, yeah. Would you like one? Yes. Yeah. Okay, here.
This is a picture of Abu Tassin al-Salhi. He was known as
Right. Yep.
What the heck was that? Hmm. Hmm.
Are you in?
Well, we're there. That's what we found. I haven't registered yet.
We are a family of faith. We have a Savior who's kind. We lift each other up. We leave no one behind. And if the least of us should stumble, we all feel the pain. Community of Christ is our name. We are a family.
No. The cap on mine on this one says post attendee. But I have a face, but it doesn't show anything yet. I just have to get on Facebook.
Talk a lot, just run both of those live. Sure.
We are a family of faith. We have a Savior who's kind. We lift each other up. We leave no one behind. And if the least of us should stumble, we all feel the pain. Community of Christ is our name. We are a family of faith. We have a mission that's clear. To praise our Savior's name, we help build Zion here, and we seek peace between the nations, love between us all. Community of Christ is our call. We are a family of faith, and we look forward to the day we see our Savior's face. He wipes our tears away, and all the saints of every nation rise to die no more. Community of Christ evermore. We are a family of faith. We have a Savior who's kind. We lift each other up. We leave no one behind. And if the least of us should stumble, we all feel the pain. Community of Christ is our name.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all of you in person and welcome online. Going to switch the camera over to the podium and get started in just a moment. Okay, we'll get the microphones adjusted as we speak.
Leslie Benek.
All right, so welcome this morning to our fall conference of the Michigan Mission Center. We're still checking in some on-site and online delegates, but we're going to start our process this morning. The chair would like to recognize some of the staff and volunteers serving this morning to make the conference session possible. Jessica Montague, Linda Stanbridge, and Dorothy Summer are helping with our registration. Our conference secretary is Joey Kernstock. And for technical assistance during the meeting, Ben Crowley will be handling the voting in person, and Linda Stanbridge will be a co-host in the meeting for those of you online who may have technical needs as we go forward. So I'm going to check and ask if the credentials committee has a tentative number. Just a moment, we'll get that up here to adopt the credentials report. Before we do that, I'm going to ask for those of you in person to grab your voting device. We borrow these from the World Church, and we just had one conference, so they're all on different channels, and we need to get them on the channel today. So the procedure to change the channel or to check it, in the bottom left corner, you see a little white button with says channel. If you push that, it'll show at the top a number. We need that to be a number 41. If your device is on a different number, touch channel, then enter 41, channel again, and then it should turn green and change to 41. So channel 41, channel. And then that should get it set up on 41. And Ben is starting a poll, so you can choose one or two right now. And then you'll hopefully see the green light show up, and you'll know your vote's been cast. Yes, so channel 41 channel. And if you're not seeing it show up yet, and then once you have 41 showing, you should be able to enter 1 or 2 right now and see the green light to record a vote. If you're having trouble, if you raise your hand, maybe a neighbor or someone we can get there to help.
Oh, I know.
Hold on, maybe.
It says I'm on Facebook.
All right, testing. Is the sound coming through online? Heads are nodding. Very good. So the polling system is not working in Zoom. Again, the same error from yesterday now that we have another Mission Center account logged in. Linda, can you try the fix you did yesterday to see if we can get the polling available? But this time, as we work out the polling situation, the chair would seek unanimous consent to adopt the credentials report. This would mean there's no one asking for a vote. Doesn't mean you agree, but there's no one asking for a vote to be taken on the credentials report. Is there any objection for unanimous consent? Seeing no hands, hearing no objection, the credentials report is adopted. The initial number of delegates entitled to vote is 226.
We can launch polls from my devices.
Okay. We'll do that the next one then. The Mission Center officers propose the standing rules found on page 3 of the conference handouts. The proposed standing rules have been distributed in print with meeting documents to all delegates, so the proposed rules will not be read unless there's a request to do so. The question is on the adoption of the conference standing rules as printed. Is there any debate? Hearing none, the vote on adoption of the conference standing rules will take place using polling. Those in person will use a voting device, and those online will respond to the poll in Zoom. Those in favor of adopting the rules as printed, vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. So in person, polling is open.
1 yes and 2.
1A is yes. 2/B is no. Those online should now be seeing a Zoom poll. You'll need to cast your response yes or no and submit the poll response. This voting by polling, if it works, will be our preferred method for voting on motions and resolutions in the conference. It appears votes are reaching the total number of delegates. The chair would ask for the polls to be closed. There are 198 votes in favor, 0 votes opposed. There are 2/3 in the affirmative. The standing rules are adopted. The tentative agenda for today is found on page 2 of the conference handouts and may be adjusted by the chair as needed. At this time, the chair declares the 2023 Michigan USA Mission Center Fall Conference officially organized for conducting business. Rules are established by Community of Christ bylaws, procedures, the standing rules just adopted, and Robert's Rules of Order newly revised. It is important that all delegates feel included and able to participate fully in the meeting. Please know the chair will assist with shaping ideas and proposals into the appropriate motions. Delegates online via Zoom may seek recognition from the chair by using the raise hand feature. Messages may be sent via chat to Linda Stanbridge, co-host, for technical assistance. Please extend patience and grace with each other so that the focus may be on the decisions before the conference. Organizing and presiding over a large conference with in-person and electronic participation is a very complex process. It is important today that the conference can efficiently and effectively consider all items of business. May the blessings of community and unity and diversity be forefront in the minds of all delegates. The minutes from the fall 2022 Mission Center Conference have been approved by the Minutes Review Committee sustained at that conference. Those minutes are posted on the fall conference webpage. If there are any corrections, please inform the conference secretary. Since there is longer than a 3-month interval between this conference and the next, the chair will appoint a committee of 3 persons to review and approve today's minutes. If there are no objections, the chair will appoint Dina DeVormer, Sandy Ecker, and Dave Caceres. Are there any objections to the committee appointments? Without objection, Dina, Sandy, and Dave are appointed to the Minutes Approval Committee. Thank you for your service. In order to prepare the ballot for elected board positions, final nominations will now be taken from the floor. All Community of Christ assets are owned and held in trust by the presiding bishopric. Mission Center officers and elected board members or appointed leaders are granted delegated authority from the presiding bishopric to manage and operate Mission Center assets. The board members you will be electing today will serve as fiduciary agents on behalf of the presiding bishopric and the Mission Center Conference to exercise stewardship over the properties. Some key fiduciary responsibilities for elected board members have been posted for review on the Mission Center Conference website. At this time, nominations will be open for each campground board. Please see page 4 for a list of nominees to serve on the Blue Water Campground Board of Directors. There are 5 positions open for election to 3-year terms on the Blue Water Campground Board of Directors. Kelly Christian, Russell Knight, and Jody Porter submitted nomination forms in advance and are listed in the printed materials. Patricia A. Piper has also submitted a nomination. Are there additional nominations for the Blue Water Campground Board? Chair sees no online delegates raising a hand or seeking to submit a nomination, and there are none in person. So nominations will be closed for the Blue Water Campground Board. Since there are 4 nominees for 5 positions and the election is by plurality, only 1 vote would be required for each nominee to be elected. Thus, the chair seeks unanimous consent for electing Kelly Christian, Russell Knight, Jody Porter, and Patricia A. Piper to the Blue Water Campground Board of Directors. Is there any objection? Seeing no hands, hearing no objection, the 4 nominees are elected to the Blue Water Campground Board of Directors. Please see pages 4 and 5 for a list of nominees to serve on the Park of the Pines Board of Directors. Again, there are 5 positions open for 3-year terms on the Park of the Pines Board of Directors. Ruthie Eaton, Alicia Ecker, Andrea Johnson, Holly Ormsby, and Anita Wilson have submitted nomination forms in advance and are listed in the printed materials. Are there additional nominations for the Park of the Pines Board? Seeing no hands, hearing no objection, There are 5 nominees for 5 positions. So again, the chair would seek unanimous consent to elect all nominees. Is there any objection to electing Ruthie Eaton, Alicia Ecker, Andrea Johnson, Holly Ormsby, and Anita Wilson to the Park of the Pines Board of Directors? Seeing no hands, hearing no objection, the 5 nominees are elected to the Park of the Pines Board. Please see pages 5 for a list of nominees to serve on the Sanford Campground Board of Directors. There are 5 positions open for 3 3-year terms. Daryl Bechtel, Heidi Kleinhardt, and Audra Swarthout submitted nomination forms in advance. Renee Congleton is also requested to be nominated. Are there any other nominations for the Sanford Campground Board of Directors? Hearing none, seeing no hands, nominations are closed. Again, there are 4 nominees for 5 positions. The chair would seek unanimous consent to elect the 4 nominees. Is there any objection to electing Daryl Bechtel, Heidi Kleinhardt, Audra Swarthout, and Renee Congleton to the Sanford Campground Board of Directors? Hearing no objections, seeing no hands, the 4 nominees are elected to the Sanford Campground Board of Directors. The campground operating policy provides that campground boards may fill vacancies. So the boards that have not elected 5 nominees to fill all 5 positions will have the option to fill those at their upcoming board meetings. No ballot is necessary since all elections were conducted with unanimous consent. The chair would now move to greetings from World Church leaders. This time, Lachlan Mackay, Apostle to the Northeast USA Field, and Dina DeVormer, Northeast USA Field Support Minister, are recognized to bring greetings from the World Church and share updates with the conference.
Hello, friends. I also bring greetings from the First Presidency and have just a few updates to share with you this morning and then lots to say this afternoon. I want to start with an update on the discernment process for choosing the next prophet president. President Veazey is focusing on his return to health and will be on leave until April of 2024. During this time, Stacey Cram and Scott Murphy will continue to oversee the operations of the church. The Council of 12, as per our policies and procedures, is now tasked with designating Steve's successor. The timeline and process is otherwise unchanged. I want to make it really clear that the outcome is not predetermined. So we are extraordinarily appreciative of those of you who shared input with the 12 through the First Presidency. If you sent information early or your thoughts early, that has been shared with the Council of 12. Those of you who submitted information more recently came directly to the 12 through the Presidency as well. The outcome is not predetermined. We will be, we've been deeply immersed in the discernment process. We'll continue so through the month of November. we'll gather in retreat in the month of December. And we hope in February to share a name with you. That name will be then sustained, and if sustained, ordained at the 2025 World Conference. The dates for that conference, 30 May to 6 June 2025. So if you don't have that on your calendars yet, 30 May to 6 June of 2025. I next have a word of warning, which might not make sense at first, but it will, as I keep talking. I want to talk about online and Zoom-based scams. $8.8 billion was lost to fraud in 2022. And that's a 30% increase from 2021. People looking for jobs on LinkedIn are being scammed, trying to buy things on eBay, looking for apartments on Craigslist. One that my father keeps falling for, this is painful, account compromised emails from Apple and Microsoft that of course are not. They ask you to call and give them all your passwords so they can clean your computer. Of course, they clean your bank account instead. Phone calls about missed jury duty. You're going to be arrested if you don't pay a fine in gift cards. That's usually the reoccurring theme in gift cards. Venmo requests, so online payment systems, Venmo requests from family and friends. If you mistakenly send money through something like Venmo to the wrong party, you will not get it back. It's not coming back. And it's getting incredibly sophisticated. So I studied Russian for years, and I still didn't pick up on this one. They're starting to use Cyrillic letters in email addresses that look much like English letters. So it will look like the email has come from somebody you know and love saying, I'm on spring break and I hurt myself. I'm in the emergency room. Please send money. And you will not notice, likely, unless you look very hard, that A is not an A. It's a Russian letter. So those are the really sophisticated ones. And of course, one I just got yesterday from a beloved member of our community. I got 3 emails in 2 minutes saying, I need a favor, are you available? And it was really their email. I looked hard, no Cyrillic letters. It's really their email. They had just been hacked and somebody had taken control of their email account. Really sophisticated AI voice generation. They'll take your grandchild's voice from TikTok and turn it into, I've been hurt, please send money. It's their voice, but it's not. So I'm spending too much time on this, I know, but the reason I'm sharing this is because there's been a huge increase in the number of emails you are getting from President Veazey or from Dan, or hopefully not from me yet, saying, I need help, can you buy gift cards? And some of you are doing it because you're faithful, devoted folk. Church leaders will not ask you to buy and send gift cards. Please don't respond to those messages. Please be very, very careful. I get 2 or 3 a week from President Veazey, often saying, I can't talk, I'm in a meeting, but can you buy gift cards for me? Sometimes I have been sitting in a meeting with Steve as I got those emails. So please be careful. And they're getting even more sophisticated using Facebook and Zoom, people that we are worshiping with for weeks or months or years in other parts of the world that are not who they say they are, most likely, but there's no way to tell. Please be very careful. I'm going to return to that later, but I'm going to stop there and invite Dina to come up.
Sorry about that. We're just figuring out logistics. I needed to know if I could push the button or if I needed Linda to press the button for me. We'll figure it out if I figure out how to push it. So for those of you who are used to coming to these Mission Center conferences, or at least participating online, you know that at each conference, I'm providing a financial update, particularly relative to our field, which is the Northeast field. Our field does consist of now 7 mission centers. It previously was 5 mission centers, but at the last World Conference, 2 additional mission centers were added to our field. Michigan is one of those. So let's see if that, here we go, it works. I do know how to push the button. So you will be very familiar with conversations that we have had over the last several years in regards to Bridge of Hope retirement responsibility. Hopefully you have seen this chart on the church's website, or the e-news, any of those methods for communication from the church in regards to where the worldwide church stands in regards to the retirement responsibility and our progress. For those of you who do not remember, this is an objective that is the first phase of Bridge of Hope, which is to build up the retirement responsibility. And our goal was $120 million to be achieved by January 1, 2024. So we are nearing the home front as far as getting to that goal being accomplished. And you'll see on this slide that we've made phenomenal progress, and that as of June 30, so we've made additional progress beyond this, but this chart is as of June 30 of 2023, we had $5.5 million remaining for the retirement responsibility. So that is all due to the generosity of individuals coming together and supporting this important objective for the church. So on these next slides, you're going to see data that is particular to our field, the Northeast field. So in order to achieve our objective, the total was put into bite-sized pieces for each field of the church. Our field was given an objective of $6,720,000 that we needed to achieve together collectively as the Northeast field. On this chart, you'll see that as of October 31st, so just a few days ago, we're just over 5.9 million, so 88.11% of our amount that we needed to achieve. And we need just shy of 800,000, so $799,312 remaining to achieve our total objective. So we're making great progress, but we still have a little ways to go. On this next chart, you will see all of the 5 mission centers in our field as far as how much progress has been made from each of those mission centers. You'll see that this slide shows that all 5 mission centers have provided support in varying levels. This is not provided as a way of competition to say, well, oh, wow, we're such and so is such and such. It really is provided just as a means to let you know that we truly have been all working together in our field to achieve this objective. You'll see that the Michigan column, which is the one that we are most interested in today, is the one that's right in the middle alphabetically, and that Michigan has provided 1.7 million, or just over 29% of our progress to date. This next chart has the same data, but broken out just a little bit more for you. So you will see 2 different colors. The red is what we call community gifts. Community gifts are those gifts that have come from congregations or from mission centers. And then property sales, I think, is self-explanatory, that if we've sold a property, we've had some of the net proceeds provided to help us with the Bridge of Hope retirement responsibility. On this chart, you'll see that all 5 mission centers have both red and blue bars on them of varying differences between those. Once again, the one you're going to be most interested in today is the one that's the 3rd one down for Michigan. And you'll see that we have achieved a pretty decent amount of both of those on that chart. This next one, for those of you who like pie charts rather than bar charts, you will get to see that shown here. You will see that the bulk of our progress towards the retirement responsibility has been from property sales. That $4.362 million, or just under 74%, has come from property sales, and that just over 1.5 million has come from community gifts. As a reminder, community gifts are from congregations and mission centers, that different than individual gifts. So many of you have been gracious and generous to Bridge of Hope on your offering envelopes, but those are individual gifts that actually supported the presiding bishopric's goal, because they had a goal as well, not just the fields of the church. So those gifts, while they were vitally important as well, and are helping us with that first chart that I showed you, they do not assist us as far as the Northeast Field goal concerns. It's just gifts from congregations and mission centers as far as community gifts. So there's a lot of data on this particular slide here. You will see that I've not only included the breakdown of what they each came from, but I've provided some other details. So of the property sales, there have been 34 property sales in our field, which have brought us to that $4.3 million number. We have 6 other properties that are currently listed for sale within the field that will help us achieve this. And there is 1 property that was under contract to be sold. Church-wide, there have been 154 properties that have been sold to help with Bridge of Hope, and 143 of those properties have been here in the US fields. The community gifts data, which is the red portion, you will see that 4 of our 5 mission centers have contributed so far for Bridge of Hope retirement responsibility. 55 congregations, which includes 7 closed congregations and 48 active congregations out of our 113 congregations in the field, have provided a community gift. That means that 42% have responded with a community gift, which is up from 30% last December of 2022. Those of you who are pastors and financial officers would have received some communication back in June from Locke and I with a special invitation to your congregation to consider a community gift to Bridge of Hope for the retirement responsibility. In the letter, you will have seen that those of you that saw it, pastors and CFOs, that we were hoping to achieve a 100% support rate from our congregations. You'll see that we're at least better than we were in December, rather than 30%, we're up to 42% of support. But if your congregations are still in a position to consider a community gift, we will greatly and graciously receive those gifts at this point as we near the conclusion of this phase of Bridge of Hope by December 31st of this year. So in summary, to meet our field target, we need $799,312 by December 31st, 2023. Since December 2022, we've received an additional $579,505 from property sales and community gifts, which is phenomenal progress. We now have 42% of our current congregations that have contributed a community gift to Bridge of Hope, and that we hope to get that percentage to 100% support. So my question here is, can your congregation help us achieve both of these objectives? So this next slide is most relevant for those of you who are financial officers, and that if you do choose to provide a community gift to Bridge of Hope, there's a special purpose code in the Shelby contribution system that needs to be utilized in order for us to get credit for the field. So that is a special code of 947 for those of you who want to memorize it. If you don't, you always can reach out to me or to Jessica, because we know that number quite well. And as I said before, individual gifts to Bridge of Hope are not the same as community gifts. The field target does not receive credit for individual gifts. This next slide is particularly important for you folks today because you are considering a resolution that hopefully you've seen in the conference materials in regards to the Michigan Mission Center potentially considering a gift, a community gift to Bridge of Hope for the retirement responsibility. So this just provides you a little bit of information in regards to what the other mission centers in our field have done thus far. So as I said, we have 7 mission centers, but only 5 of those mission centers in our field are responsible for this part of the goal. And that's because the other 2 mission centers, the new ones, Bountiful and Western Ohio Mission Center, were part of a different field when we first started the Bridge of Hope project. And so they had their field already met their goal. And so we're not going to try to double dip and ask for them to also now support. So it's still just our 5, which is made up of Michigan, Chesapeake Bay, Eastern Great Lakes, Mid-Atlantic, and New England. And you will see on here how much each of those have given. There are 2 mission centers that have conferences later this month that are also considering additional gifts. And hopefully you can see that on the slide that they are I think you can see the numbers. Are they too small? Can you see them? You can see them? Okay, so perfect. So. Oops, I guess I can't remember how to push the button, Linda. Oops. I'm sorry. All right, thanks. So this next slide is something you may or may not remember that Bridge of Hope, when it was first announced to the church back in 2016. So the retirement responsibility, we first started talking about a lot in 2019. But back in 2016, when we first started talking about Bridge of Hope, there were 2 components to it. One of them was to fund the retirement responsibility, which is what we've primarily been discussing. The second phase was that we wanted to be able to build up the church's endowments. So this is just a slide to remind you that for those of you who are hoping that you may never hear that word again, that term again, that you will probably still hear it occasionally. And it will be in regards to this phase 2, which is building up the church's endowments to provide annual support for the budget to the worldwide church. This will look very different than how the retirement responsibility objective was. This is more of an awareness and a mindset of being just, like I said, an awareness of the need for building up the endowments for the church to provide sustainable support into the future. It will not have a specific dollar amount associated with it that we are trying to obtain as a field. It won't include a specific date, but it will just be generally remembering that this is something that is important for us to do for the church's future. This next slide, we're moving away from talking about Bridge of Hope. We're now going to talk a little bit about worldwide mission ties. This slide is one that shows through data through July, showing how much we have received in worldwide mission ties as of that point. You will see that that little blue mark is not very far along the circle as much as we would like it to be for where we are. So this is just an awareness as well to, as you are considering your gifts to your local congregation and to the mission center, we would ask you to consider gifts to the worldwide church as well. To help us get the blue just a little bit further. And so that hopefully it will all be blue by the time we enter the end of 2023. This next one is a reminder about e-tithing. If you are not using e-tithing, which is our online giving platform, I would encourage you to check it out. Jessica is available to chat with you about it. I'm available to chat with you about it. Probably many of the CFOs are as well. If it's something that you've been thinking about, you need a little more information or help getting started, I'm happy to talk to you about it. Those of you who have been using e-tithing, if you haven't looked at your recurring gifts for a while, I would encourage you to just take a peek at it and make sure that it's where you would like it to be. You may have some additional capacity to consider an increase. You may need to change it for another reason or some other focus that you'd like to support, but I would encourage you to check that out. As I said, you can see your CFO, your MCFO, which is Jessica, or myself if you need help with any of that. Capital project policy. Some of you may also be thinking that this would be helpful if this was not in the mix any longer. It's something that was instituted several years ago in regards to any projects that our congregations or our campgrounds or our mission centers are wanting to do that are more than $5,000 or more, I should say, that we need to have some additional approvals for those. This is a policy that will continue to be in place. It's primarily in place because we found it to be extremely helpful for jurisdictions when they're looking at things that they want to do for their properties, that we're able to provide some additional questions and ideas for consideration. So one perfect example is like if you need a new HVAC system, there are different things that are out there nowadays that weren't always there. And we're able to provide some questions and insights and to help make those decisions. It's not in a manner of holding the purse strings and saying, no, you can't do those things. It's just to help provide some additional insight and guidance for it. So in those situations, if your congregation does have a project, we'd ask that you would reach out to, well, contact your mission center officers, but then CFOs and pastors will send those approvals along to me. I will then review them with Apostle Mackay and send additional instructions about what the next steps are before the work would commence. This next slide is about the generosity cycle. Hopefully many of you have seen this in World Church Communications. We are still right in the middle of the generosity cycle. The dates for this year, October 15 to November 19. There is a special site designated just for this with resources for the generosity cycle. It includes invite, discover, respond, reflect. This does not mean that this is the only time of year that we talk about or think about generosity, but it is intended to be an intentional time for us to focus on that. The next thing that I want to bring up, and this is my final slide, is a reminder of Giving Tuesday, which is the Tuesday after Thanksgiving, November 28. Once again, this year, we are blessed with a generous matching contribution of $200,000 that has been pledged for this event. So that will double your response. And this is a huge thing that we need for Worldwide Mission Ties. It's a very, very big push for us. And so I encourage you to seek that out on Giving Tuesday. If you try to look at the e-tithing platform that day, there'll be a special little button that says Giving Tuesday. So that will definitely go to where you are intending it to be. There will also be Facebook and other social media plugs as well that I encourage you to check out. So, all right. Thank you so much. So we'll have to ask you.
Yes, Kelly, the chair recognizes Kelly Christian for a question.
I have a question on the report that Dina was providing. They gave facts on our Bridge of Hope stuff and those data there. What do we have currently in any endowment funds that are existing? Are they all zero? Or do we have any money right now that's in the church endowment funds?
So the question is, what is the worldwide endowment funds? Is that what you're asking? Do you have a?
So Kelly, the worldwide mission endowments of the church and the temple endowment, yes, there's definitely money available in those. One of the concerns is that some of that is tied up in real estate, so it's not liquid assets, but there are definitely amounts there. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but if you go to the church's website, you will be able to find the audit report that will have all of that data available. If you can't find the audit report, reach out to me separately. I certainly have it. I just don't have it with me today. So.
Thank you for the information and greetings. The next items of business are reports of officers. The reports from officers, boards, teams, and committees can be found on pages 6 through 35 of the conference handouts. Delegates are encouraged to read through these written reports and share this information with congregations. These materials are also available on the fall conference webpage for anyone wishing to review them. Highlights of some reports will be presented verbally throughout the conference this morning. Please use the raise hand feature online or approach the microphone while a report is being shared if you would like to ask a question about a particular report. The chair would like to provide an update on the Credentials Committee report. At this time, there are 70 persons registered attending in person and 180 registered online for a total of 250 delegates registered and participating at this time. The written report of the Mission Center president can be found on pages 6 through 10. Since the information was just shared on Bridge of Hope, the chair will reserve comments and first recommend the adoption of Resolution 1. It's the responsibility of the Mission Center president as the presiding officer for the conference to present items that properly need to come before the body. As mentioned, each Mission Center and congregation has been asked to provide or consider a community gift. And so the Mission Center president has prepared this resolution to bring the question before the body. Being a proposal from the Mission Center president, is there a second? There is a second. So the question is on the adoption of Resolution 1. Since the resolution has been distributed in advance to all delegates, only the resolved paragraphs will be read if there is no objection. Hearing no objection, the question will be on the adoption of Resolution 1, which reads, resolved that the Michigan Mission Center gift $100,000 from the operating investment fund to the Bridge of Hope project, and resolved that after the initial Bridge of Hope funding goal is met, congregations are encouraged to make gifts from reserves, surplus income, bequests, property sale net proceeds, special offerings, or other income sources when possible to replenish and grow the Michigan Mission Center Operating Investment Fund to provide principal that can generate earnings to support the annual operating budget into the future. Resolutions with the preamble, meaning whereas paragraphs, will be considered by first opening the resolve paragraphs to any amendments, and following those amendments of the whereas paragraphs would be open to amendment. After any amendments or debate is closed, then the entire resolution, either as printed or amended, will be voted on as a whole. Prior to starting debate, the chair will seek any questions about each resolution to try to get information presented first, and then recognize those for and against in alternating fashion in debate. Questions can still be asked throughout debate. And the chair would again remind delegates to raise hand online to ask a question or to line up here in person. So at this time, the chair is seeking questions. Is there a question? Question? All right, we have to switch the camera and mic over, so please state your name.
Michael Brooks from 6th Street. For the proceeds that are left over the reserves and surplus income, is that going to be a certain percentage, I'm assuming? And what would that entail?
It will not be a certain percentage, so this is just an encouragement that gifts be made to replenish this fund. Currently, net proceeds sales have been asked usually for 50 or 60% to go to the Bridge of Hope. But in our dialogue with the field leaders, once the goal is met at January 1st, that will no longer be the initial request. So each situation will be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Seeing no other question, the question before the body is on the adoption of Resolution 1. Is there any debates? Chair recognizes Kelly Christian.
Kelly Christian Eastside Congregation. I would like to amend the resolution. And I'll submit my resolution once I read it, I guess, or you want it beforehand. It involves striking the first resolve and inserting a new one. So would the chair like to read it, or should I read it? And then submit it.
The motion is to strike the first resolve and insert a new paragraph.
One, yeah.
Okay, share the paragraph.
Okay, so the new resolve, so that whole thing would read, resolve that the Michigan Mission Center, on behalf of the congregations past and present, gift $70,000 from the operating investment fund to the Bridge of Hope project, and give $10,000 to Blue Water, $10,000 to Sanford, and $10,000 to Park of the Pines for the respective boards to use the gifted funds as income for 2023. I'll submit that if I get a second. I'd like to speak to it.
Is there a second? There is a second. The motion is to amend Resolution 1 by striking the first paragraph and inserting in its place, resolved that the Michigan Mission Center, on behalf of the congregations past and present, gift $70,000 from the operating investment fund to the Bridge of Hope and gift $10,000 to Blue Water, $10,000 to Sanford, and $10,000 to Park of the Pines for the respective boards to use the gifted funds as income for 2023. The chair would want to clarify the additional amounts also from the operating investment fund.
Yes.
So the amendment is to change the designations and amounts, but all from the operating investment fund. Chair recognizes Kelly Christian to speak to the amendment.
My thought process here is that the $100,000 in the original motion is coming from investment funds that we have, and congregations are no longer controlling the assets of the campgrounds. That's the Mission Center thing, and they have, I think, a responsibility to provide not just policies and procedure guidance, but to help with those assets. If we have $100,000 from our investment fund on the 4% spending, then we should help maintain our common assets from that part. And also, we can do the Bridge of Hope. In years to come, if we have the same money that's not being used in the operating budget, we should consider looking at our campgrounds and congregations that need funding to maintain the assets, because we need the doors to stay open to continue on. In the past, congregation gave money to Blue Water, and if Blue Water was sold, for example, the congregation would give 1% of those assets to their fund back in the day. Those no longer happen. So the conference now would decide if a campground sold, where those assets go. And therefore, I think they need to have some money tied to those assets from the Mission Center budget. If we have that surplus, the surplus is not there, then that doesn't make sense. But it looks like we have the surplus there from the investment funds to do that. And I think that our campgrounds could use the money for sure. And so can Bridge of Hope. And I'm looking to do both at the same time. Thank you.
Is there someone who would wish to speak against the amendment? Chair recognizes Diane Charnowski.
I'm Diane Charnowski. I'm from the Bristolwood congregation, and I would like to speak against this resolution. I think the $100,000 is a stretch for us, period. And I think that campgrounds is a separate issue from the Bridge of Hope and should be dealt with separately. And I think that we should be only talking about the Bridge of Hope at this time. As far as giving extra $30,000 to the campgrounds, that's a separate issue. We are talking about Bridge of Hope now. And I also think that $100,000 is a stretch, period. Thank you.
The chair would remind the delegates online who wish to debate to indicate by checking yes or no. At this time, there are no online responses. Chair now sees Debbie Davis is registered to speak for the amendment.
Yes, I'd like to speak for the amendment. It's not an extra 70,000. It's taking that 100,000 and dispersing it between Bridge of Hope and the 3 campgrounds. I think Mr. Christensen has made a very valid point. If we have this kind of surplus, I think some of that surplus would help with the struggles that the campgrounds are now having. So I would support his amendment to this. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair sees Mary Johnson registered to speak against the amendment.
No, I'm sorry. I
I thought I was marking for a different reason. I have no comments.
Thank you. There are no other speeches registered online. Is there any speech against the amendment in person? Against the amendment, the chair recognizes Kevin White to speak against the amendment.
I think that the intentions of the original resolution is fundamentally detracted from if the amendment is approved. The intentions of this resolution is indeed to take 100,000 from the Mission Center reserves for a very specific purpose that is much needed, that we need to make sure that the people who have given their service have that retirement there, that's there. And we need to remember what that Bridge of Hope is doing. People have worked for that. So that should be our primary concern. If we have a concern about campground funds, separate matter that should be addressed. How we fund our campgrounds is absolutely an issue that needs to be addressed. However, I see no resolution brought forth that would resolve that. That's really what needs to be done, I think, a separate resolution.
Chair would recognize Lori Decker to speak for the amendments.
I agree with the brother that just left that we need to honor the people that that have served before. But Mr. Christensen's change of the resolution is also honoring people who have worked before. My father passed away. He was the caretaker of this campgrounds for almost 30 years. And I want to tell you that before he died, it made him very sad to come on these campgrounds, so he stopped coming. Because money has not been given to the campgrounds to keep them in the shape they need to be kept in. Brother Christensen is not asking that we donate another 30,000, so it's not going to increase the amount. He's just asking that 30,000 of it be given to the 3 different respective campgrounds, 10,000 each. Because if you take a good look at lunchtime, those that are here, and take a walk around these campgrounds, they're in sad repair, not because of our current caretaker, but because we as people in this mission center, and I'm pretty sure it goes for the other 2 campgrounds, have not diligently provided physical help or monetary help. Kurt has been wonderful and his family have been wonderful, but given the amount of hours, if he only worked the amount of hours that he's paid for, this place would be in shambles. And I think it's time people in this mission center understand that. Not enough money and not enough physical help have been given. To the point, and this might be off, but I don't think so, to the point of we've driven this young caretaker and his family away from this campgrounds. And if we expect to bring in new caretakers, we need to start giving them help.
Thank you. There are no delegates seeking to speak against the amendment at this time. The chair would recognize Michael Brooks to speak for.
I'd like to say that this amendment, it's still giving the majority of the funds to the Bridge of Hope community, which is fantastic. And I do agree with Kelly Christian's proposal on this, because we do need to support our 3 campgrounds that we have. They are very costly to operate, as we all know, and they're also in dire needs of the funds. So this would just be allocating some of the funds that the Mission Center takes care of to help that.
There are no individuals registered online to speak, so the chair will continue to alternate in person. The chair recognizes Sam Bellinger to speak against the amendment.
Sam Bellinger, East Lansing, and I speak against this because this is as a mission center, trying to support the Bridge of Hope and those that are in need for that. But what about if we do not meet this goal? If we reduce this, is that extra not coming from every one of ours? Oh, I can't think of what it is. Our money at World Church, our investments. If we don't meet this, is money not coming from our investment pools? So every congregation here will lose if you have not, your investments are frozen. Yes, we do need to figure out a way to fund our campgrounds, but it's not this. Everybody here needs to take action in other ways. Start giving to through your envelopes if you want money coming here. This is the intention of this. I'm sorry, but every time we talk about money, Kelly wants to put it towards the campgrounds. That is not the way to do it. They need to make their own motions if they want money out of the reserves. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair would remind delegates to speak to the motion not being changed. On that before, but once a motion is before the body, it belongs to the body. And so speak to the content and use a generic term such as a previous speaker to reference something that was said. There are no delegates online registered to speak. The chair would recognize Kim Stanbridge to speak for the amendment.
Kim Stanbridge, I'm part of the Beyond the Horizon congregation. So full transparency, I'm speaking for the amendment, but on the neutral side of 4, and I just would like people to maybe consider something here. So I came today prepared to vote against this resolution. With the amendment, I am feeling like this is more of a compromise that aligns with the work I think needs to be done in our church. Funding retirement for people who have served before is very important. As a person who works in public education, I very much understand how a promise can be made. Money is going to be there for you, and then all of a sudden it's not, and that it's not fair. But the resolution, the idea of taking this money from the investment fund, from reserves, and then hopefully maybe eventually someday churches and members and friends will start donating more to replenish. That makes me feel uncomfortable. That is in a perfect world that would happen, but from even the Mission Center president's report, it's, giving is down. So to say, let's take this money and then hopefully people will give more to replace it, that's not something I'm in favor of. But using it for our Mission Center, and for no resolution before us to support campgrounds other than this amendment. And I do think that the campgrounds are a very important part of our work. And if we don't have this ministry, if it just goes away, we're going to lose a big piece of our church. So I'm in favor of it as a compromise with the amended resolution.
Chair recognizes Lori White to speak against the amendment.
Lori White, West Branch. I do agree that we need to fund Bridge of Hope. That's what we were asked to do. But we've also sold 2 campgrounds, and the 3 campgrounds got funds from the 2 campgrounds that were sold. $10,000 isn't going to do them any good. Thank you.
There are no other delegates seeking to debate. Is there a question or motion?
John Jones, Ann Arbor. I would like to move the question to vote.
There are no speakers looking to debate. So is there any objection to calling previous question on the amendment to close debate? Hearing no objection, debate is closed. The question before the body is on the amendment. which is to strike the first resolved paragraph and insert in its place resolved that the Michigan Mission Center, on behalf of the congregations past and present, gift from the operating investment fund $70,000 to the Bridge of Hope project, $10,000 to Blue Water Campground, $10,000 to Sanford Campground, and $10,000 to Park of the Pines for the respective boards to use the gifted funds as income for 2023. Voting will be taking place by polling. So you're voting on the amendment. Do you want to amend the resolution as proposed? Those in person will vote yes if you're in favor of the amendment, 1, or 2, no if you're opposed to the amendment. Online, we'll be launching a poll for the amendment. Online, you should see a poll titled amendment. Again, in favor of the amendment or opposed to the amendment. So the chair would remind those in Zoom, there are a couple of yes, no responses on the participant responses, but you need to be voting in the poll. Should have popped up on your screen. So you have to click yes or no on a Zoom poll and then submit that response in the poll. And those in person are using your device. Nearly reaching the number of delegates present, so the polls will close in 10 seconds. The polls are closed. There are 82 votes in favor of the amendment, 160 votes against. There is not a majority. The amendment fails. Debate is open on the resolution as printed. Is there any further debate? The chair recognizes Allison Seaman with a question. We're not hearing your audio, Allison. You are unmuted, but your audio is not coming through. Yeah, you may have to change your microphone setting. Come back to you in just a moment. The chair sees Kelly Christian to speak against the motion. So,
And a question.
let's ask a question.
The other question first. Upon reviewing the minutes from 2019 and 2018, this conference voted to give $18,000 from the Valley Center sale to Worldwide Mission Ties with the discussion around that would go to help the retirement fund. Now, it wasn't Bridges of Hope, but this conference did do that, correct? Where that ties was going to that part. And they also did the same thing in 2019 with our net income excess from our operating fund for 1 year, if we had any, up to $9,000 to worldwide mission ties from our conference minutes. So my question is, though this says it's not Bridge of Hope, they went to worldwide mission ties with, I think from the discussion when I was present there, that would go help our retirement, that the church had a choice of where to put that. So I'm kind of questioning, where did those monies go from worldwide ties? Did the $9,000 go to retirement, the 18,000, or just go to the general operating fund of the church? You probably can't answer that, but from our minutes in the past, we have tried to give money to help this process out, I believe, from my viewpoint of research in the minutes. And then I want to speak to opposing this one here in a couple of things.
So just to clarify, the question you're seeking an answer on is where the previous commitments were.
Well,
reported?
from in 2019, from our minutes, we sent $9,000 from our net income of our conference budget to worldwide mission ties.
Okay,
And in 2018, the Valley Center congregation put a proposal together that this conference voted on to send $18,000 to worldwide missions ties.
okay,
And in that discussion, part of that was to help Wadums Grove, 6th Street for the special needs camp, was to help this retirement process that really was not fully clarified, I don't think in those years.
so the question is, where do the funds go that were designated for worldwide mission tithes?
Yes, and those
Yes,
things.
so those funds are sent to worldwide mission ties, which would be included with all giving to worldwide mission ties to fund the budget in that current year. Those expenses within that current year's worldwide mission budget would be available on the church's reports. They would fund all of staff, obligations, expenses, and a portion of that would be the retirement costs in that year, but those funds did not go to the Bridge of Hope project.
No, I'm just saying it. So from my recollection of the debate, the dialogue was there that the intent was if things would go there, that would be to help that retirement fund out if it was in the church's budget to do so with those funds.
Okay, yeah, the
So-
debate does not indicate where they're
No.
going or have any
But
impact.
from my perception, those funds were used for that process. But I also want to stand opposing the motion on a couple of counts. If we have surplus money that the Mission Center president has identified from our operating investment fund, I believe that should be, the Mission Center should be working to figure that out, what to do with it. Not just the Mission Center president. There should be a group of people representing people. We have $100,000 on a yearly basis from our investments to go somewhere and not our operating budget for the Mission Center, then that should be open to a lot more discussion than just one resolution. Okay. Secondly, our endowment funds are tied to real estate. We're funding a lot of our Bridge of Hope from our congregation sales through real estate. If the church's endowment funds are tied to real estate, I know that there is some legal things there, but they need to start selling some of those properties to get that process going. If we're selling our congregations in Michigan to fund the retirement for 670 people for 83 years, then the World Church needs to start selling their real estate assets too, to join in the process. So I'm opposed to this process on those two accounts.
Chair would seek to recognize Allison Seaman again.
I'm not getting any polls coming up on my screen. I'm sorry to interrupt with that, but both times that we had a vote, I could not find anything for polling.
Okay, thank you. The comment's been received and Linda will contact you. The chair would recognize Morgan Gilbert for a question.
Morgan Gilbert, Beyond the Horizon congregation. I have a question. Is there any way that we could look over our budgets before we vote on this? Because it does seem like a large amount of money when some people may have not looked over our budgets and seen how many net losses we have for the past year. So I was just wondering if that would be possible to do a overview of the budget.
Well, the delegates do have access to those reports and can view them. If there's a specific question you have, we can't answer that.
Not a specific question. I would just say there are a lot of net losses listed for the campgrounds, youth camps, even some in the mission center groupings. And whereas like retirement funds are extremely important, it's just kind of hard to donate $100,000 when we're not even taking care of our own right now.
There was no one else registered to speak for the motion. Is there a question?
I have a question.
Yes. Chair recognizes Diane Charnowski with a question.
Okay, I'm Diane Charnowski from Bristolwood Congregation. My question is about double dipping here. Now, if they do not reach the goal, my understanding is it's coming out of our pool A and pool B, correct?
That is an option. There is no determined plan on how to meet the remaining field goal. at this time.
Okay. Well, my question is if we vote $100,000 and they don't meet the goal, are they going to take more money out of our funds that are left? Or is that money going to be taken into consideration that we gave $100,000? I mean, I guess it's kind of like a double dipping question.
Yes, so the question is, if the goal for the field is not met by January 1st, what would happen? There is no concrete plan at this time. Again, the hope is that through gifts and property sales to the end of the year, that goal will be met. If it is not, then the field leaders will develop a plan to take from funds throughout the field that could include from investment funds or congregation or mission center assets, but there is no definite plan to say what would happen at this time, since that amount is unknown. So if we'll look at Lockandina, if there's anything other to say about that, but there is no definite plan.
Oh, all right. Well, that was my question. Thank you.
There's no one else seeking the floor. The question before the body is on the adoption of resolution 1 as printed. Voting will take place via polling. Chair will ask the poll to open on resolution 1. Those in person will be voting with your device. Yes, in favor of adopting resolution 1, no against, number 2. And those online should now see the poll somewhere on your screen. It is launched and votes are being cast. Okay, the chair would ask to take the screen down in person, so the results don't come up partially. And the voting will close in 10 seconds. Okay, the polls are closed. There are 158 in favor, 83 opposed. There is a majority. Resolution 1 is adopted. A community gift of $100,000 will be provided to Bridge of Hope initiative from the Mission Center Investment Fund and congregations are encouraged to make gifts to replenish and grow the investment fund as possible. Mission Center President will continue with highlights of the written report and additional comments. The written report is found on page 6. Delegates are encouraged to read that. The chair would like to highlight that Mission Center leaders are seeking congregations to launch Open Table. This is a process used previously in the Mission Center. There is a recording about this from the fall or the late summer ministry conference. Any congregations interested can contact the Mission Center president. Exciting news recently developed is that the Detroit Hope Emerging Congregation has been approved for full organization starting in 2024. So after many years of operation as an emerging congregation, we're excited to have leaders. Our pastor and CFO are actually here to participate in the conference. We're excited for that process to move forward. Dates will be shared soon about a celebration for that organizing in 2024. Tune in tomorrow morning for presentations on the full Mission Center calendar and events for next year. But just to highlight, the 2024 Spring Conference is being planned to take place in Kirtland, Ohio. The 2024 Fall Conference is listed as to be determined pending the outcomes of resolutions 3 and 4 later today for the structure of the conference and the location desired by the delegates. The Mission Center president is seeking team members for the Earth Stewardship team. Those interested should contact the chair. The president does want to point out the operating budget deficits for the current year for Blue Water Campground, Park of the Pines, and the Mission Center operating budget. Those are in the financial officer's reports. Chair wants to make sure the body is aware of those. And finally, make you aware that we're still seeking income for the fundraising goal of 2023 youth camps. We're pleased that the family camps have all met their budgets and youth camps are on track to do so by the end of the year, but we ask individuals and congregations to continue helping. There is a space for donations, which is now moved to Jessica's table for the cinnamon rolls, and there's a silent auction at the back of the room going to youth camps. As we switch to the Mission Center Financial Officer's report, the chair will ask Jessica to come forward and also ask Ellie Easley to come forward at this time. Ellie has been serving as your Mission Center recorder for nearly 10 years and has shared that she would like to be relieved of that duty at the end of the year. And we just want to give thanks to her. She took this role on in 2014 at a time when it was primarily assisting congregation recorders and a few items in Shelby. But in the last few years has taken on all of the entries for the Mission Center after the cyber attack, which has kept recorders out of Shelby. So it's been a much bigger role and she's given countless hours to this. And so Jessica has a certificate of appreciation to present to Ellie. We want to give her our thanks with applause this morning. If you are interested in learning about the Mission Center recorder role or being part of a team for that position, please contact one of the Mission Center officers. The chair would direct the delegates to pages 11 through 25 for the Mission Center Financial Officer report, and the chair recognizes Jessica Montague to speak to the reports.
As Dan mentioned, the reports start on page 11, and there are several of them. We've given you the financials to see where we were in 2022, where we currently are, and then the budget where we would like to be, or our hope, the direction we want to go. I won't make many comments, but I will mention a couple things. We will be talking about, well, we will be voting to approve the financial inspection in a moment. Following that are the 2023 finances through September 30th. One thing I will mention about that is that we have already transferred in 75% of what we had budgeted to use from investment earnings for the Mission Center. Typically, we wait until the end of the year and make any necessary transfers, but we're pretty confident that we will need at least that amount to make budget. Another question that was just asked that has to do with the 2024 proposed budget is if we took into account giving $100,000 to Bridge of Hope when we put that proposal together. And we did. So it raises our spending rate a little bit, but it's still under 5%. As Dan also mentioned, we are still collecting funds for the youth camp fund, but all family camps have made budget in October. So even though there are some deficits listed for the family camps, they are now all zero. Do you need a motion to approve, or how do you want to do it?
Are there any questions for the Mission Center Financial Officer before we take up the recommended actions? There is a question. The chair recognizes Gary Villeneuve.
Yeah, my question was about the last two polling. I have not gotten the polling popping up. And I wondered how many others are not getting the polls. I mentioned it earlier in the chats, but there's been no response.
Well, the polling is showing over 90% responding. We're not sure if those not responding are choosing not to vote or not having access. So you'll have to look at your settings on your device to try to find where that is. One option, maybe if you're in full screen mode, you may have to minimize that in order to see the poll.
They double click in the black space, it will take them out in and out of full screen.
So that would be the first recommendation, is to minimize from full screen. Double clicking in the black space may do that. But we are seeing a substantial number responding. Chair recognizes Kelly Christian for a question.
Kelly Christian, East Side Congregation. My first question is on the youth camping part. If we remove the salary from that calculation, can we get a sense of, do the youth camps meet their expenses from the donations that were given that week?
So if you remove the camp coordinator salary through September 30th at $38,000, that would not remove the net loss of $55,000.
So the extra expense, is it the staff? Is it, do we have some breakdown on why that is that way? Are we dipping in the reserve for the youth fund part, or? Because I'm just trying to figure a picture where do we need more donations? Are we having expenses? Where's I know we have smaller camps, that makes it harder to have 13 staff with 25 kids, whatever, because your ratio is so small, but we have to have some staff there anyway. So is the numbers need to be higher to make that work, or are we, is the generosity model working for our youth camps, I guess?
So this is an interim report. Note that it's through September. The previous years that we've used the generosity model on average have met the goal, some years with more than expenses and some with less, but over the last 5 years, the youth camp fund has met its cost. That is with the transfer of funds for the salary portion that come at the end of the year. So in this interim report, you'll see an income camping and gathering ministries fund is blank. Nothing has been transferred yet. The amount needed up to $50,000 would be available to cover the salary costs if needed. Also, we still have congregations sending along envelope contributions, their budget commitments. We have the fundraisers taking place this weekend, and we continue to put out requests through Giving Tuesday and other times. So at this point, it's too early to say what this year will end up, but previous years on average have met the expenses.
But the salary comes from the youth camping investment fund or gathering ministries part, or where's that salary come from our budget if it's not met through donations?
If it's not met through other income, then the Camping and Gathering Ministries Fund, which was
Okay.
designated by the conference, has been approved by the officers and Mission Center Council to go into the youth camp fund as much as needed, up to $50,000 for 4 years.
Okay.
This is the second year of that. So that funding would only be available for 2 more years. And if we don't see the income rising to the point to cover that, then that position expense will have to be decreased for future years.
Okay. And then I have a follow-up question on page 17, if that's okay, or should I sit down and come back?
Continue.
Okay, on page 17, the Campus Ministry Center Fund, the report is titled Additional Fund Details. I'm at the bottom right-hand corner underneath Campus Ministry Center Fund. I'm looking at the line item for insurance of $3,384. That's for 9 months, I'm assuming for September 30th, correct?
From March. So there's been 6 payments. The payments are made March through December.
So the question is, the Campus Ministries Fund insurance expense, is that the full year expense? And at this time, no, it's being taken out monthly, and so
So
there's
this is
not.
how many months is this?
So that would be 6 months.
6 months.
6 months at this point is
Okay.
recorded.
So if we were to extrapolate out to double that, that would be $6,600 for this year, give or take.
Yes, so the projection for insurance for the Campus Ministry Center Fund is approximately $6,600.
Okay, this is a perception question more than it is factual. But I perceive the campus ministry building to be a very high dollar value asset. In comparison to my congregation east side, I would say it's not as high dollar value as the ministry fund. But yet we pay for next year, we're looking at $10,000 for insurance. This year was $8,500. I would ask that the Mission Center provide some transparency on the insurance billing processing so we can see that what we get for what we pay for. Okay, because I would think that these two are inequities, and I don't know that's a perception. I'd like to verify that it's not or that it is. And I'd like a report somewhere from the Mission Center or World Church showing us what we're getting from our insurance policy for, I think it's still, is it still Aon, the company? What their premium, what we pay for, what our deductible covers, what our $100,000 covers, so that we have a fair transparency in all our insurances for our congregations, campgrounds across the Mission Center. Because it doesn't seem like they're equitable.
So those questions will be referred to the presiding bishopric for responses. The risk management policies are not under the control of the Mission Center. We can provide information as requested on that.
Priesthood coverage, the congregation pays their own insurance. It's just the building, it's not full congregation, and that's why it's flat on the house.
So there was just some thoughts on the complexities or the uniqueness there, but we don't have the detailed billing assessment from risk management to know the listed value for each property or what's covered for each property. But that is something that I know members have requested and can ask for through the risk management office and presiding bishopric. It's not anything the Mission Center directly controls, so we'll continue to refer those questions. Seeing no other questions, the Mission Center Financial Officer has recommended adoption of the 2022 Financial Statement and Procedures Inspection Report for the Mission Center. Chair refers the conference to pages 12 through 15 for the report. No changes can be made. The question is just on adopting the report, so the chair would seek unanimous consent for adopting the 2022 Procedures Inspection Report. Is there any objection? Seeing no objections, hearing none in person, the 2022 Financial Statement and Procedures Inspection Report is adopted. The Mission Center Financial Officer has also recommended adoption of the proposed 2024 Mission Center operating budget. The chair refers the conference to page 21 of the conference materials for the proposed budget. Are there any questions related to the budget before there's discussion? Chair recognizes Debbie Davis.
For the, I think this is the 2023. I'm sorry, through September 2023. It's not the proposed budget for 2024. My mistake. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no questions, the question before the body is on the adoption of the Mission Center budget for 2024. Is there any debate? Seeing none, the vote will be taken by polling. Chair will ask for the polls to be open on the Mission Center budget. Yes. Those in favor will be voting 1 for yes, 2 for no in person, and online the polls are open in Zoom. Responses are over 90%, so the chair will ask that the polls be prepared to close. The screen can be removed from the polls are closed. There are 226 votes in favor, 9 votes opposed. There is a majority. The Mission Center, proposed Mission Center 2024 operating budget is approved. At this time, the chair would like to pause for a moment of blessing. This will be an opportunity to stretch out, move around, use the restroom briefly, but the conference will not be in recess. Chair will bring up a hymn, Take the Path of the Disciple, number 558, and we'll be singing that together. But again, there will be a few minutes to move around as needed. The conference will stay in order in just a few minutes after the song.
Call by God to make the journey in communion.
justice, peace, and light. Take the path of the disciple, join the journey to new life. Seek the ways that God would lead us, the community of Christ. Though the way will not be easy, and we sometimes feel alone, breaking bread, our eyes are open, and we meet Christ on the road. Take the path of the disciple, join the journey to new life. Seek the ways that God will lead us, the community of Christ. On the path we go together, let the Spirit gently lead. We proclaim Jesus as Savior and find joy, hope, love, and peace. Take the path of the disciple, join the journey to new life. Seek the ways that God would lead us, the community of Christ.
Hi, delegates, please return to your seats. The conference is encouraged to turn to page 26 of the conference materials for the Mission Center Invitation Support Ministers written reports. This time, the chair will recognize Linda Stanbridge to speak to the MCISM reports.
Good morning. Guys. I think we can do much better than that. Good morning. Thought we were gonna have to do it a couple of times. My name's Linda Stanbridge, and I'm the Mission Center Invitation Support Minister. So lots of you get to work with me on lots of different things, new expressions and communications, and our welcoming and affirming program that we've been doing with Harmony. So I thought it would just be fun to kind of look back. I've got a little slideshow, which didn't download perfectly into PowerPoint, because why would it? So we'll look at some info here about the last year. So right now in the Michigan Mission Center, we have 7 new expressions. And new expressions is a word that I think we've been kind of talking about in Community of Christ for several years, but the question still comes up, what does that mean? In Michigan, new expressions are groups of individuals, members, and friends who meet on a regular basis, whatever that looks like, for some kind of community building activity, some kind of worship experience, some kind of connection point. And it tends to look a little bit different than what we would see in a typical Sunday morning congregation. So a new expression is a great big umbrella of lots of different types of ministries. Faith Connections is an in-person ministry that's led by Dorothy Summer. And God Without Boundaries, Karen Smith may be online. She leads that for us. And that's an online ministry, as well as Little Fish. Little Fish is our online ministry for our elementary age kids, which it's super fun. If you have elementary age kids or grandkids that might be interested, find me, find Lori Decker, find Eric and I. We have the most fun. That meets on Monday nights. And we talk about how to be good people. We talk about Bible stories and what it means to be a community of Christ and to grow up to be a good human. Peace in the Pines meets in person at Park of the Pines. Sanctuary is our online youth group for our junior high and senior high kiddos. That one is led by Julia Wismer and Annika White. Sanford Quarterly Gathering is probably our newest new expression. Meets obviously at Sanford once a quarter, and they've been doing all kinds of exciting stuff. They've got an event coming up that I am told may include Sue Lader's cinnamon rolls. So cinnamon rolls is the theme of 2023. You don't want to miss their gathering coming up in December. And then Wednesday Small Group is a group that meets online on Wednesday nights, and that's led by Eric and I. And that group meets actually ahead of the lectionary. So they're looking at what's coming up on Sunday. What are we going to be preaching and teaching and learning about? And they focus on that together. So if you're an upcoming speaker for Sunday, or you're a pastor who's always serving and you need a place to go and get filled, that Wednesday night group is a great place to go. So reach out to Erica and I, just look for those big, beautiful curls and you'll find her and she'll get you the connection information for the Wednesday small group. So our new expressions are doing really well, really nice, robust program with lots of different offerings, but we're always taking suggestions for new expressions as well. We're going to skip these because they downloaded really bad.
I was gonna ask, you said where some of them were, the first two you didn't.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
Connections is-
Faith Connections meets in Flint, actually in the basement of Bristolwood congregation. So it's separate from Bristolwood, but they're good enough to let us use their building, which is great. And what was the second one I listed? You ask so many hard questions.
Sorry.
Faith Connections. Oh, God Without Boundaries. That was the other one. That one, that meets online as well. So Karen Smith would be the contact for God Without Boundaries on Zoom. Thanks, Lori. I wanted to talk a bit about a program that we've been putting some energy into this year as a mission center, which is our partnership with Harmony. Harmony was previously known as Gala, and Harmony provides a specific training program for congregations who want to learn how to become welcoming to the LGBTQ+ community. Prior to this year, we had a few congregations that had already done that training. We had Big Rapids, Spiral congregation, which is located in Lapeer, and our East Lansing congregation. This year, we also added Beyond the Horizon, which is a non-geographic online congregation, and Riverview is our newest congregation that also just completed the program, so exciting for them. I put a little map here of where our congregations are located, and if you're in a congregation that might be interested in doing this program, I would love to hear from you. I'd love to see an even more detailed spread of what we've got going on in Michigan. I know many of our congregations are welcoming to the LGBTQ+ community. What we want is to do some intentional work so that we can purposefully invite people in and make sure that our space is safe and welcoming. So if that might be your congregation, please reach out to me. I do want to brag on us a little bit that right now Michigan has the most welcoming and affirming congregations in the world in Community of Christ. So we're crushing it. Yes, very proud, very proud. Oh, I lost my mouse. Here we go. And we have 3 more that are currently in training. So we're just going to keep doing even better. Waterford is about a third done. West Branch will be about a third done after tomorrow. And Mount Pleasant is working on their prerequisite training, and they'll be starting in January. So when those 3 finish, that'll bump us up to 8 congregations, which I think is really, really exciting. Really good work that we're doing here. So we hope to continue that. And the last thing I want to talk real quick about are the Mission Center communications. I know that is sometimes, despite the number of places that the info is available, sometimes we don't know where to go to find out where the information is. So we'll go through some stuff that's available. So we do have a Facebook page. I'll give you a QR code to scan in a minute, so don't worry yet. We do have a Facebook page as well as a Facebook group where announcements and events would be posted in the Facebook group. If you're a member, all of you are welcome to share in there. What's going on in your congregation? What's new with your ministry? Maybe you need a volunteer for an activity that's coming up. A great place to share that would be in the Facebook group. We set some communications goals at the beginning of this year. We wanted just to continue to grow our reach. So we did increase our Facebook page reach by about 40%, which is really great. We worked really hard on that this year. Facebook groups are something that I help a little bit with some other ministries, and I'm happy to help you too. If you're struggling with your Facebook or your Instagram or your Facebook group, let me know. We currently oversee 7 Mission Center groups. So that's things like the seniors group, Sanctuary, the online ministry for little kids has their own group for parents to connect. And then on Instagram, we gained 37 new followers this year, which is pretty good for us. We did launch last year a new software that we're using called Flocknote, which is an online texting service that's free to the user. We use it a lot for our youth camps to communicate with parents. I know that we had several camp directors and assistant directors that were using it to just share pictures in the middle of the week. Hey, we had our messy games today, texting out a picture to all the parents, just seeing what a great time they had. Friday night, texting the parents and saying, hey, remember that pickup is tomorrow at noon, not 1 o'clock and not 2 o'clock, it's at noon. So directors have really responded positively to being able to manage their own texting accounts for camps. And then a lot of our new expressions, Sanctuary, Beyond the Horizon, Little Fish, Faith Connections, a lot of them are using Flocknote to connect with people as well. When we look at data about texting, 90% of text messages are read in 90 seconds. So text messaging is a very effective way for us to quickly get out the message to parents and especially to our younger folks too. If you're not already signed up for our updates, there is a way that you can just do it right now from your phone by texting this phrase, Sea of Christ am I, to the number 84576. I can also help you with that later if you want, and it's available on our website as well. And I'll show you where here in just a minute. So we are getting a new website, which I'm very excited about. It's overdue. It's about 10 years old. Our website's about 10 years old, which in technology terms is pretty ancient. So it's time for a new update. It's going to be a lot more streamlined. I think you'll find there's generally just less overwhelming information. And tomorrow we'll have a tour of the new website. I'll take questions and suggestions and all that, and we'll hope to launch here in the next week or two. You can see I put insert dates for tours, and then I never did that. So I'll make sure those dates get distributed. We'll have a couple of times to join together online and explore the website as well. The address will remain the same. About every week, we create a newsletter that's got all of the communications that Dan and I receive from IHQ, from various congregations, things that come to Dan's email, partners that we work with. And that all ends up in a weekly email that normally comes out on Fridays or Saturdays. If you're not signed up for that, you're missing out on most of what's going on. That's probably the most central place to go for all your announcements. So we want to make sure that you get signed up for those if you're not already. Some of the data I put up there, just because there's not a ton of data when it comes to ministry, it's hard to look at numbers all the time when we're talking about people and their spiritual lives. But we do have a 45% open rate, which means 45% of the people who receive our newsletter open it. That's very high for a nonprofit. 25% is about average. So thank you for opening your emails and keeping our open rate nice and high. That's where you'll find all the good stuff. And we have 848 subscribers every week. Oh, that's a little blurry. It downloaded a little funny from PowerPoint. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to scan that, but if you want to get out your smartphones, and it should work on Zoom if it's not too blurry, you should be able to scan this QR code. Tell me, Angie and Peter, if it works, even though it's blurry. It does work. Okay, QR codes work blurry. Now we know. Scan that, and it's going to take you to the main landing page for the Mission Center communications. On there, you're going to find some boxes. You can type in your first and last name and your email. You're going to automatically start getting those emails every Friday. There's another box on there to sign up for Flocknote. That's our online texting software. And then you'll get the Mission Center updates in your text messages, as well as some other kind of one-off things. We won't spam you, I promise. All right. That was everything that I had prepared for you guys. Thank you very much. It has been a really fun year, and I'm looking forward to another fun one.
The next report is the Camping and Gathering Coordinator Report. Winnie Johnston is here, but has come down ill over the last couple of days and did not want to share that with anyone. So she's staying isolated for now. Prayers for her health would be appreciated. We do plan to give a presentation tomorrow morning of the overall calendar and goals. We will be challenging congregations to each identify at least one camper to send to a youth camp next year. Many of you are, but some are not. So that'll be a challenge. We'll also challenge congregations to identify at least one staff member to support camps next year. That may not be someone who comes every Sunday, but someone your congregation is connected with will be asked to be a staff member. And we'll ask each congregation to give a gift of some amount to the Mission Center Camping Ministries Fund, either through a budget line item or special offering. So we'll talk more about that tomorrow. If Winnie's not able to share, we'll get that to you. Also, just note that youth camp attendance increased by over 30% this summer, so it's very exciting. We need people to staff our camps going in the future. And because of what was shared earlier, that 4-year funding model is available, that position is shifting focus for the second 2 years, starting in 2024, to growing our existing camps rather than starting new events, which we've done several of the last 2 years. So hopefully funding will increase to keep that position in place at some level, but we've got 2 more years of that dedicated funding to grow out our camping programs out of the pandemic. Numbers show we're on the right track. Generosity model has worked for family camps. We've got 3 more months to make it work again for youth camps and keep the momentum growing for our camping program. And then just a final announcement for those of you in person, the silent auction items. Several bids did come in online. Those are written at the top. And now in-person bids can continue until today at 2 o'clock. So throughout the lunch break, and then we'll announce the auction winners. The next item is the reports of campground boards. The chair would ask Kelly Christian to come for the Blue Water Board report highlights. This report can be found on page 29 of the handouts, followed by the 3 other campground boards.
I'll be brief. I won't read the report that's in the brochure for you, but I'll just make a few other comments on that. One of the things that, as we're looking in the past and looking forward for the Blue Water campgrounds, is we have a facility, the campgrounds, that has been, I guess, designed and built around having more people than we currently have. Our lodge was built in the 86, 90 range when it finished to house 144 people. We have 60 RV hookup sites. We have 77 beds out there. So and technically we'd have 200 some people sleeping at one time here. If we only have 30 at a youth camp, we only have 150 at a reunion. Our facilities are still trying to maintain the extra parts. Back in the day, we used to have 3, 4 reunions, 2 or 3 senior high camps, 2 junior high camps, and a lot more summer activities to help our budget. More here, the more users contribute to our budget. We've not had that for several years. Plus, we had 2 years of COVID. We didn't have camps and stuff. And so, as you can see, the struggle is to moving forward to maintain that stuff. We have aging buildings. The lodge is over 35 years old. Our boilers are old. The hot water pumps are old. But they still provide great ministry for people to come up here. I'm not saying that. We have a juggling effect to do with money and facilities. And on top of that, if you read in the thing this past year, we've had, I'd say, the calamity of the century is a 100-year storm at Blue Water, with the things that took place from our loss of power at this conference last year, the fire that took place, the ice storm, the wind damage. We've had power loss about 12 times on the campground that affected all kinds of systems here. It's been, every time Kurt calls me, it's almost like we have a fire drill taking place, emergency, emergency, emergency. We've lost over 60-some trees on the property in the past year. Fortunately, none of them have really damaged the building. We lost a gutter on one spot in the window, but that was it. But we had enough wind that we blew out 3 of the lodge windows, came right out from the wind gust. So we have a lot of things like that. On the positive side, we do have volunteers come all the time, do things. We just have a lot of stuff to take care of. I know Lisa and Aaron came up with their group 3 times at least, I think, and picked up branches so Kurt could mow, okay? We had people mowing the campgrounds and volunteers doing stuff, all kinds of stuff taking place, but it's still not enough to maintain a year-round facility. In terms of, I'll just finally add for Kurt and Linda, I've been a privilege to work with them as a family unit for the last 7 years as their resident manager. They have drastically improved our campground. They have added activities on weekends. I think when I talked to Kurt, there was always something going on at least almost 2 or 3 times a month here on weekend activities. But a couple of weekend activities did not take care of a summer of 200 people for the whole week. We have a lot more exposure in the community. And I know there are always things that looking back we can improve on, but I just want to mention our calamities we had to have our caretaker stay here with no water, no electricity for a while. We offered to put them somewhere else, but they found their own housing, probably better than we could find for them. And we apologize for that. We tried to make it best for them, but those things are out of our control. And then we want to get people to come, contractors are far and few between, so we do it ourselves. Just give you a case in point, and I want to give the kudos to Kurt and his family on this case, because I know that there are things that we all do better, but our water system, when the power went out, the pumps went out, and we need to clean the tank, we couldn't clean it. We have a 5,000, we're basically a city certified water system here, okay? And we had to clean our 5,000 gallon tank because we weren't getting quality water. There's no way to clean it. No company would come and do that. We had to plumb it so it would work. And through the perseverance of Kurt and some volunteers, we're able to do that and make the summer camping season a success. And in my estimation, just some things I've checked into, that job alone probably saved the campgrounds in excess of $50,000. To have somebody come in and clean our tank, put the stuff you get together, clean the lines out, is an expensive job. To get a commercial person to come clean our tanks. I'm not talking to Gilo Pickles, they have the same kind of tanks for acid and pickling there, and it's a very expensive job to do that. And lastly, I just like to say that in the report, donations are important. And one of the things that Blue Water is doing is raise right gift cards. I know Locke kind of gave a little bad thing on the gift card part there, but if we do it right, okay, and I'm never going to email you to do Blue Water gift cards. You can contact me first, okay? But I want to just give you my example with the gift cards as to how it can go for us and other campgrounds. I've committed to buy my gas through Raise Right gift cards. So I get a Speedway gift card, and I have Speedway rewards, so I get 5 cents off. Speedway is a little more expensive than other places, but Blue Water gets 4% of my gas bill. And my gas bill currently is right around $250 a month. I used to use a credit card or cash. I'm kind of still a cash person, but if I use a credit card, those fees are 3.5%. But I still pay those. But if I pay it every time I fill up, I do that 5 times a month. If I get one gift card for $250, which I can reload, my fees are less, and Blue Water gets 4% of $250 on my thing. And over the year, that's going to add up. If we had 100 people doing that, it would drastically impact our budget. So I consider you doing something like that. If you need help on that, see me. But otherwise, there's great ministry at the campgrounds. All of our camps, reunions, weekend events have the highest percentage of non-members than any place in our area, I think. But this golf tournament we here, I'd say 40% of them were non-member people. Okay, and that's a great thing. Same with our camps. The kids that come in are non-members. That's our best outreach. So we need the campgrounds to be maintained so we can bring those in there to get Jesus Christ in their life.
The next report is found on page 31, the Sanford Campground Report, will be given by Jack Tigner.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm not going to read the whole report either. I'm just going to summarize what went on this year. The big project was the women's bathroom has been totally remodeled inside and out. We now have both a men's and women's bathroom with 2 showers with outside exits and entrance, and then also a separate family bathroom along with the utility room. We were able to get another apartment guest house remodeled. We now have 2 guest houses rooms ready to remodel. We've done 4 out of the 6. So we're hoping to get these next 2 done, at least one next year and one the following year, but hopefully maybe it'll happen both all next year. Also, Sanford hosted our first band camp. The Durand Marching Railroaders rented the campground for an entire week this summer. And they were extremely pleased with the facilities and the time that they spent on the campgrounds. And our budget continues to remain in the black again, and we're gratefully blessed with some very good volunteers that work very hard to keep our campgrounds well maintained and managed appropriately. The only thing I would say, we're always looking for more volunteers. If anyone wants more information on when they could come up and maybe volunteer a little bit of time, you could contact Heidi Kleinhardt. Their phone number is printed in the report. If you don't have the report, you can always send me a text or email and I can help you with that. Other than that, that's all I have.
Carla Parks was not available due to a funeral in her family to share the Park of the Pines report. A few highlights were sent. In addition to what's printed, a natural gas line from DTE recently came by the property and has been installed. And projects are underway to convert from propane to natural gas at the lodge and resident manager house. There's been some new playground equipment donated. The potential new dining hall project that the conference discussed as approval for a loan is under discussion. The concept design has been completed. The board is now considering construction management firms. And in that process would lead to full prints and cost estimates. So there are no commitments at this point. Those are the next steps the board is taking. There have been many community events held at the Park of the Pines in addition to Community of Christ events. It's the first year we've hosted a local prom. Their facility canceled at the last minute and we were connected and they had a great time using our facility. The school loved having everyone in one place and able to do everything together. Art classes happen weekly. The art camp, which brings community teachers, cross-country events, both high school and college, taking place. I believe it was 4 local high schools joined together to host one cross-country camp. It was highlighted in the local news. So some exciting community things there. Security cameras are to be installed. We've had, unfortunately, a couple of vandalism issues. So those may help. And also just to highlight the need for financial support to meet the annual operating expenses. Fortunately, the park has had end of year gifts that have helped meet the costs in recent years. But the budget at this point has a plan of taking from reserves unless those end of year gifts come in. So asking for that support there as well. The next group of items is reports from teams. The diversity and inclusion team, naming, claiming, and acting the change, has a report on page 32. And the chair would recognize Erica Nye for comments on the report.
Morning, everyone. Wish I could see all of you at the same time. I really encourage you to take a look at the report that we've written up. It was fun to write a report about the diversity and inclusion team because it's an opportunity to look back at all that we have done in the last year. And I was pleased with how many things we have achieved in the last year with this team of volunteers. The diversity and inclusion team is called NCAC, which stands for Naming, Claiming, and Acting the Change, which is our way of stating what we hope to do as a team and what we hope to inspire in the church in Michigan. We are about primarily our enduring principles of worth of all persons and unity in diversity. And so if we can encourage those principles in our congregational life, in our own individual discipleship, then we say we're doing our job. So mainly the things you'll see that we have done in the last year and will continue to do in the coming year are offering consulting services on diversity and inclusion, worth of all persons issues for the Mission Center, however that's helpful, for Mission Center leadership and for congregations, if that's useful to you. We've offered ministries on various holidays like MLK Day and other opportunities for ministry. You'll see tomorrow morning our worship for communion is brought to you by the diversity and inclusion team. We offer resources and education on a variety of issues regarding diversity and inclusion. So that's racial justice, that's LGBTQ plus issues, that is age diversity, you name it, it's something we're interested in. And finally, I just want to point out that this team is not meant to be a representative body of various diverse groups in the Mission Center. So we're not looking for representatives of different groups to come together. This group is intended to be a helpful group of people who are interested in diversity issues and have either experience or passion for those issues, and to help encourage that and live out those principles in the Mission Center, if that makes sense. So if you are a person who is interested in diversity and inclusion issues and equity issues, then come talk to us. We would love to have you join in our efforts. Thanks.
Thank you. The next report is from the spectacular delegation. I believe Danny Lebrecq is here. If you have highlights to share, Danny.
I didn't even know that I was speaking, but sure, I'll do it. The main two things is that we had 10 campers. That's awesome. We're in double digits. Hopefully we're able to double that. One of the biggest thing is that we had one camper who wanted to be baptized, and we got that done while they were at SPAC. So we are changing lives. We are making them be disciples in this community and making them be leaders in that community. So again, please help us continue this journey and volunteer, be on staff, be a support congregation, and do anything that you think you can do. Thank you.
Thank you. And one of the new events we'll talk about tomorrow is the hope to have a spec retreat here at Blue Water earlier in the spring as an opportunity for senior high youth to gather and to find out specifically about spec in advance, try out some of the concepts, and then get registered for next summer. So we're hoping that'll come together as a new event for our senior high youth at our campgrounds. The last team report is from the Earth Stewardship team. The team would want to highlight, in addition to what was printed, that the webinar mentioned there for Solar Faithful has been scheduled for November 30th. It's just out in the Mission Center announcements. This is an initiative with some solar installers in the Michigan Interfaith Power and Light to help congregations consider installing panels either through outright purchase or through power purchase agreements, where the congregation doesn't pay anything up front, but they get the reduced energy cost over their electrical provider. So there are several options. This webinar will be designed for Community of Christ congregations and campgrounds. I encourage you to attend on November 30th to find out more. We do have a few projects already in process and hope to share those updates and results at the time and coordinate all the details through the presiding bishopric so that these projects can move forward. There are federal incentives that are now open to nonprofits, including churches. So it is a great time to do projects with financing. And we've even learned that roof replacement, if necessary, to weatherize before the panels are installed, or electrical box upgrades can be included in the project. So ideally, a congregation could get up to 40% of their roof replacement covered through the rebates in addition to the solar panels. So it's a really great time to think about this and tune in and find out those details. The Earth Stewardship Team has also proposed Resolution 2, which is in your conference materials on page 35. And the additional information links were provided to the prep session the team offered earlier in October, and a much more complete packet of resources. So no more comments will be made at this time, but delegates are encouraged to look at those if they have not yet already. The resolution comes from the team, including delegates, so a motion and second aren't necessary from the floor. Before the motion is debated, the chair will seek questions about Resolution 2. Are there any questions from the body on Resolution 2? Chair recognizes Debbie Davis.
I have a couple of questions regarding to expenses. Just wondering if any comparisons have been made with the samples of menus that were presented in terms of dollars figures. Oftentimes the process, those high protein pastas and other high protein or I should say plant-based options are usually typically more expensive. And I know that we talked about, well, if the meat isn't there, then we've lowered our costs, but I'm just wondering if anything was presented for that. And I'd like to share just a real quick story with the conferences. I was employed with the MSU Extension, and every fall.
Debbie, the chair's muted you for just a moment. The chair will respond to the question first. The question was if there have been any cost comparisons. There are no detailed cost comparisons available that haven't been explored to share with the conference. So Debbie, did you have a further question at this time before we go into discussion?
Yes, I just wanted to, can you hear me now? Are we okay there? Okay. I worked for MSU Extension, and every year we had a fall conference. And MSU has a great nutritional program that a lot of places take into consideration. At this conference, they were trying to fulfill their commitment of doing plant-based meals. And one of that plant-based meals was a salad with couscous in it. And the entree was stuffed ravioli. The stuffed ravioli happened to be stuffed mushrooms, unbeknownst to you until a person until they ate it. The tables were large with 8 people to a table. And my table, out of 8 people, only 2 people ate the meals. These are adults, ate the meals. They found the meals not palatable and not for them edible. And so my concern is we were presenting these in a campground and a youth camp. And I find it's concerning that you're presenting these plant-based meals that the children probably are not going to be receptive to. And so you're going to be throwing a whole lot of food away like the conference did. And then it becomes non-productive. And my other comment was you have the word of wisdom. And the word of wisdom in section 83 does say
question at this time.
Yeah, and my thought is that doesn't seem to be financially viable for us to be able to present this and have people eating these menus and throwing the food away because they're not palatable.
Are there any further questions? The chair recognizes Laretha Smith for a question. Laretha, can you unmute?
The second resolve says that to help educate and encourage congregations and individuals. So if I'm reading that correctly, that means that we're not going to do it right away this coming summer. We're going to continue to educate people and on the meals and how they're prepared. And then the next question I have is, rather than to do it for the whole week, would it be of interest to introduce our people to new dishes, maybe 2 days of a reunion or something like that, so they can have the idea of what it might taste like?
Thank you. So the question is, how would the transition take place, or would it all go at once? The resolution does not specify a timeline. It just states that menus would be transitioned. And as noted, yes, the education would continue. So there is nothing stated here on the specifics for the amount of meals or the timeline that occurs. Additionally, the chair would note that the World Church reunion themes have been shared, and the focus will be on restoring the earth, a restoration imperative. And one of the day's focuses is to talk about food choices and impacts on the planet. So that will be part of family camps from those resources, regardless of this resolution. Is there a question in person? Chair recognizes Kathy Irwin.
So my question is just, have they done yet, or are they planning to do research on food allergies? My husband is allergic, not yet deathly to mushrooms, but it will progress if he keeps getting exposed to them. And I'm sure there's others. So have they done that research yet, or will they do it on how to communicate all of these different things people would encounter?
So the question is, how would food allergies be handled? And in the frequently asked questions from the team, it was shared that currently camp registrations ask for all campers to report their food allergies, and those are shared with the cooks. And that same process would continue. So any food allergies listed would be accommodated as best as possible with our cooks. I know that work is done on an individual basis with every camper now, and that would continue with whatever menu was chosen. The chair recognizes Greta Edict for a question.
Thank you, Dan. Greta Edict from Gladwin. I guess my question is kind of on the lines that was just spoken from the previous person, and it was, how do we handle training our cooks to provide nourishment to our children and those who are coming to camps who are in need of those special diets? And have we looked into resources of people who are in the community that can train cooks, and are there cooks willing to go through those trainings?
Thank you. There's no specific plan for the training or resources. The team has discussed those, and in the presentation, some suggestions were offered. Particular examples are that the Seventh-day Adventist denomination already, as it has been for many decades, a vegetarian ethic, and we've hosted camps at those facilities. So that's one place people have experienced that. There have also been examples of schools and universities that offer these, including band camps. So we don't have that lined up. This will depend on the outcome of the resolution and the training going forward. But those resources have been discussed only in concept at this point, and no specifics have been set up for cooks to train for a transition if it were requested. Chair recognizes Donnie Toth in person for a question.
I just really have more of a comment.
So at this time, we're just going to take questions, and then I'll come back and open for debate.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Question. Chair recognizes Kelly Christian.
I'd like to answer the previous question from the person about the cooks. If I may provide information for that answer in the question.
You want to answer the question?
I want to provide information to the question about the cooks and their allergies and stuff. Yes.
Okay.
I've attended all 4 youth camps several years in a row and seen several cooks, and most of them have been there for many, many years in the reunions. And when the cooks come there, their books, they have all kinds of options. Most of the cooks, every one of them, I think all of them will, when they find out the allergies or needs, whatever those are, they will over backwards to find ways to make that person have a meal or help them out for the week. I've never found a cook not to do that. And so the issue of, can the cooks do this? They've already been doing that.
Is there a question? Chair recognizes Chad Ormsby for a question.
Chad Ormsby, Brighton congregation. I just want a clarification now because I heard the chair say that we've looked into and we see that other churches, other organizations offer an alternative. But I believe that this resolution says to replace. So could you clarify your statements?
So the statement was that the Seventh-day Adventists do not offer any animal products in their camps. And we've had Community of Christ, not in Michigan, but other mission centers, has rented Seventh-day Adventist properties, and they have to follow that procedure in those camps. So that's where that has been experienced. At those places, there is no animal product option available at those camps. And the same would hold for Seventh-day Adventist universities and schools. So those have been the examples lifted up in some of the discussion. There appear to be no other questions. Lori Decker is recognized for a question.
Lori Decker, Wadham's Grove. My question is, it says transitioned. I'm really leery of that word, like, because it doesn't give kind of a time frame. What are we talking about? Like, we'll start with 1 day a week, or are we start talking about family camp will be all this? I mean, what does transition mean?
It's a vague term, so it's all it says. So that is what the delegates will have to consider. It is an open term, and it will be up to each camp and cook and training to determine. At this time, questions appear to be exhausted, so the chair will state for the body, again, the result of the whereas paragraphs will not be read since they were delivered in writing. The resolution will come to the floor. Resolve that menus for Michigan Mission Center events such as camps, retreats, and other gatherings be transitioned to offer primarily plant-based options with any meat, dairy, eggs, or other animal products included to be offered sparingly and from responsibly raised local sources. And resolve that the Earth Stewardship Team provide resources to help educate and encourage congregations and individuals on how to transition menus and plant-based and diets to be primarily plant-based. So the chair will remind people in person to line up for and against, and on Zoom to check yes or no if you wish to speak for or against the motion. This time the chair will seek speeches online first. The chair sees a speech in favor and recognizes Morgan Gilbert to speak for the resolution.
Hi, Morgan Gilbert, Beyond the Horizon congregation. I am actually in South Carolina, where I did attend the Community of Christ camp that was held at a Seventh-day Adventist campground. And my husband, who's a big meat eater, he loved the food. The food was delicious. But I do have to say, these people, they were raised eating this food. They know how to cook it. And I think the big key to this resolution is not just throwing all of our cooks into it. It says provide resources to help educate. I feel like people are hearing this and freaking out. They're not just going to throw all of our cooks into this. Don't be scared of the food. It's very good, and it's not going to be just throwing cooks into it. We're going to it says provide resources to help educate and encourage congregations and individuals. So I just wanted to point out that the food is good, and there will be resources on how to make the food good.
Thank you. There are no other, there is an online speech. The chair recognizes Dick Pennington online to speak against.
Oh, did unmute.
Thank you, Dan. The only reason that I am hesitant is because of your definition on that transition. That word is what is frightening me. When a person signs up to go to the camp or the retreat or the reunion, they are going essentially blind to what the menu might be, according to your definition on transition. So at this point, I'm reluctant to say yes, just because of that word of transition is not defined. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a speech for in person? Donnie?
I'm very much in favor of this resolution. It speaks to a lot of concern, a lot of the concerns that many people have in and out of the church. I just want to be sure that as congregations and members do try to follow this primarily plant-based diet, that they are ensured that it is adequate in protein. And one way to do that, for example, is to use rice and beans in combination, which provides a complete protein. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Rich Allen to speak against.
Hi, Rich Allen. I am from Blue Water Congregation. I'm the director of Blue Water Senior High Camps. I have lots of years of camping experience. And I can tell you in our discussion with Winnie as camp directors, we have a lot of concerns about this, both in principle and practicality of making it happen. I believe we're a principle-based church, and I feel like this is kind of forcing everyone to agree to a lifestyle choice that less than 5% of Americans have actually espoused to. It's not to say that it's wrong, and it may be better for the earth. I don't know. I don't have the statistics on that. But you're asking kids to come from all over the place where they eat a primarily more well-balanced diet with meat and things, and you're dropping them into a week where suddenly they'll have a completely different diet. As far as the cooks go, it is very difficult to get a cook. It is the most thankless job in all of recruiting for camp. It takes a very special person to dedicate a week to come to camp. In the last couple of years, we've put a lot more on them. We've changed the way we've ordered food. We've created a lot more work, and it's become a lot more difficult to get these cooks. Now we're asking them to create a very specific diet, which they're not accustomed to. You're eliminating some of the simple meals for children, like hot dogs and hamburgers and chicken fingers and things that are easier and simpler to create. So you're making that job more difficult. I have a real concern. I know they provided a sample diet or sample menu. Great if other people like that stuff. When I looked at it, I wouldn't want to eat those things, if I'm being perfectly honest, on a regular basis. What I think I am more opposed to is the totality of the resolution, rather than saying, hey, we're going to only eat this. I feel like there could have been some education and some gradual steps saying, maybe we'll do one meal a day that's meatless and see how that goes, and kind of gradually butt up into this, rather than just jumping in and saying, okay, now nobody can eat meat. A couple of the social events I do at my camp are Taco Tuesday. You know, sometimes we'll have a piñata, we'll make a big deal. That would be incredibly difficult. And we also do an outdoor barbecue, which I don't know what you would make on a grill. I mean, I guess protein based, I don't know, whatever, but you can understand the concern there. I do have a big concern that the kids would not be eating as much or as happy with their diet. We're trying to recruit kids, make our camps more appealing. And I think unfortunately for many, this would make that less so.
Thank you. There was an online speech for, but it's no longer there. Chair will ask, Ann Harvey was registered to speak for. Is that still the case, Ann?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm having a little trouble with my internet. Hopefully you can hear me at this point.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I would like to speak for this. I can only talk from my personal experience. I have not done camps. I think there are many young people who have struggled through camp back when I was doing it, which was years ago, because they don't want to eat meat and can't find the not meat-based proteins. I look at these things and they're the things that my great nieces and nephews want when I take them out. Pizza, mac and cheese, all of that. So with the word transition, I think that gives you time for the cooks to be educated, and it can be different for every cook. I actually like the lack of specificity in that, so that we can do that with our cooks in a forgiving and loving way. So I am 100% for this resolution.
Thank you. The chair recognizes online Todd Elkins to speak against.
I wish there was a, whoops, hold on, we're got feedback here. Let me unmute ourselves.
Okay, you can continue, Todd.
Could we have a moment just to step out of the queue for a second and I'll come back?
Chair will recognize online for a speech against Greta Edict.
The reason I am going to speak against this motion is because it seems very vague. I heard a lot of about, there's last two. There were all the answers to,
Greta, your connection is faltering. You try again to unmute. Okay, we'll return to Todd Elkins then for a speech against.
Hi. I've been a youth minister, young adult minister at camps. And I wish there was I support the ideas and concepts of talking about how our faith connects to food. And I think the question of, there was a classic book, Diet for a Small Planet. But it's a transition. We're here in, northern Everett, Michigan, and Ebles just came into town, a grocery store. Well, they've got a connection to local farmers here. My friend grows milk and dairy here locally. I'm excited about this resolution. Is a chance for dialogue, but I think at this point in time, it's going to create more resistance to that dialogue. So I'll vote no.
Thank you. In person, a speech 4. Chair is still recognizing debate. That's John Jones, speech 4.
John Jones, Ann Arbor. I happen to be part of the South Carolina reunion that was at a Seventh-day Adventist campground. And I survived and I ate very well. The food was fantastic. And I know that many people who have talent and want to share their talent cooking would probably look forward to this option and look forward to learning how to do this. And it's not like we're asking you to make this change as a lifestyle change. We're looking at it as more as an option for kids to, and people to actually be more informed about these options.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Tim Ross to speak against.
Tim Ross, Thornapple River Congregation. I'm opposed to this resolution on so many levels. First of all, I'm not convinced that transitioning to a plant-based diet is going to save us money. In fact, I think, as was mentioned earlier, probably the opposite is true. Likewise, if we do purchase dairy and meat and animal products from responsibly raised local sources, those are typically more expensive than the products that we can get through the suppliers that typically supply camps right now. We've seen discussions already today about the need to increase the size of our camps. And I think if this were done and published, quite frankly, I think fewer people would come to camp, or perhaps, I'm the director of reunion here, perhaps more people would choose to eat their own meals, at least those who are in the RV park, prepare their own meals, and then not join us for what is a wonderful community building activity, our meals together. And that concerns me. But my biggest concern is that this seems to, as was mentioned previously, dictate that we do this at some point in time. One of the World Conference resolutions that some of the informational material referenced only encourages mission centers and congregations to do these sorts of efforts. And this goes beyond that. We are a non-creedal church. You don't have to believe in Jesus to belong to this church, strangely enough. We don't require people to subscribe to a list of do's and don'ts. We don't have tests of membership. This would require people perhaps to do something that is outside of their comfort zone, maybe even outside of their understandings of what is sound stewardship. And so I just think that at so many levels, this is problematic. The idea of being responsible stewards, perfect. We need to do that. And one other thing, the title is reducing carbon emissions. Well, friends, respectfully, if in our small piece of the world, our camps use only plant-based materials, we're not going to reduce carbon emissions based on that. There's not a single farmer out there that's going to produce less dairy or less beef because of what we do at our campgrounds. We can make a statement, sure, but it's not going to reduce carbon emissions. What might reduce carbon emissions more is carpooling to come to camps and reunions, which certainly reduce more carbon than this will ever do, and will have a direct impact, something that we could very specifically do to reduce carbon emissions a little bit. So on all of those levels, I'm opposed to this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. There have been 4 speeches for and against, so the chair will seek to answer questions. Those online have gone away, so the chair would recognize Kim Stambridge for a question or motion.
Okay, I'm not texting on my phone. I was taking notes. So I'm not, Kim Stambridge, Beyond the Horizon. I am not a professional at business meetings. A person standing in line next to me said this would be the appropriate time to make a motion to amend the resolution. I tell you what, the spirit, she's tricky. I came here today to vote no against this, and then I got up in line to speak for it, and I was standing in line to speak for, and then something inside me said, maybe if it was a little bit different. I have also attended the reunion in South Carolina. I will say the first year we had a 17-hour drive with small children thinking, this is going to be awful. What are we going to eat? We are all going to starve. And this year we had a 15-hour drive because my foot was a little heavier, talking about how we were so excited for their menu. Oh my goodness, I can't wait for that salad bar. That pasta they made was so delicious. Like it was crazy. It was really good. Anyway, so the word transition seems to be giving a lot of hesitation. Chair, please tell me what you need me to do or people to say. Do I just say what I want to change?
Yes, just state your proposal and we'll shape the word.
Okay. To highlight the fact that this does not say we are getting rid of 100% of animal-based products all the time, and we will not be allowed to be part of the church if we don't comply, because it doesn't say that. It says to offer sparingly. And there is not a timeline. So I agree with what Rich said. It is important for people at camps, especially kids, to get the nutrition they need. I'm assuming as per state law for the youth camps, the menu will still be approved by a dietitian every year. So we wouldn't be just giving kids pasta every day. So I would propose the first paragraph resolve that menus for Michigan Mission Center events, such as camps, retreats, and other gatherings, recognize our call to reduce carbon emissions and move toward healing the whole earth. When to offer primarily plant-based options can be evaluated as appropriate for each menu and to what extent. Moving toward meat, dairy, eggs, or other animal products offered sparingly, and when geographically and financially feasible, from responsibly raised local sources. Which to me means it doesn't mean at the next event you have 100% of your menu has to be plant-based. It means at senior high camp, put some black bean burgers on the grill and don't tell the kids and see how much of it gets thrown away. And if they eat it and they like it,
Right.
toss in something else next time.
So at this point, the motion is to amend and the chair will need you to come up to get that. It's lengthy, so we can write that on a slide.
Yes, should I text that to you or email that to you? Do you want the language?
You can email it to Linda.
Okay. It will be to you shortly.
Is there a second to the amendment that was stated? There is a second. So we're working to get the text presented for everyone to see. The amendment is to strike the first paragraph and replace with it what was stated, and we'll get that available. So at this point, if you are aligned to speak to the main resolution, you'll need to step aside and we'll start a queue for those speaking to the proposed amendment, for and against, or questions and motions related to the amendment only. So while we wait for the text.
So I apologize for any errors, but it has been sent.
You can start to register if you want to speak for or against the motion, or if you have a question on the motion to amend. Okay, the amendment as proposed to strike the first resolve paragraphs and insert in its place resolve that menus for Michigan Mission Center events such as camps, retreats, and other gatherings recognize our call to reduce carbon emissions and move toward healing the whole earth. When to offer primarily plant-based options can be evaluated as appropriate for each menu, and to what extent moving toward meat, dairy, eggs, or other animal products offered sparingly and when geographically and financially feasible from responsibly raised local sources. So the common format wouldn't have a period in the midst. We'll just edit that grammatically, but the text is there. So now the chair will take speeches for and against the resolution. There's no one standing in person or for the amendment. Online, there is one speech for the amendment. Chair recognizes Gary Gordier to speak for the amendment.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I had some problems with the original because of the translation and so forth. I think this gets closer to what I think would be an appropriate response, and it does encourage exploring it. When I was living in Colorado, our area had our reunions at a Seventh-day Adventist camp. And so we were participants in their plant-based vegetarian diet. Frankly, everybody looked forward to it because it was really, really good. But here they had decades of learning how to cook, not just small batch, but large batch for groups and with this kind of food. I think this resolution gives us an opportunity to get educated, to learn how to do things, do some experimenting, and move where appropriate to looking at alternatives to strictly our traditional menus. It gives us that flexibility. So I would support the amendment.
There's no online speech against. In person, the chair recognized Rebecca Hensy to speak against the amendment.
Rebecca Hensy, Richmond congregation. And at first I was for this, but I'm not really keen on that word to offer primarily. I'm pretty good with, doing, changing my diet and that kind of stuff, but I'm not for carbohydrates. And I think for our diabetics, we have to be careful with our carbs too. But the word primarily, offer primarily is still an issue for me.
Chair recognized online Dean Robinson to speak for the amendment.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm speaking for the amendment from the standpoint of, I think it has the right intention. The problem I have is the glowing statement that by going to plant-based, we're going to reduce carbon emissions. And I think that's already been covered by a couple of other viewpoints that showed the giant hole in that assumption. The best thing about this right now is the fact that we need to approach this. We need to approach this with the people who probably have some skill with plant-based foods as far as meal preparation goes, and not lock into it from the standpoint of this is something that has to happen right now. But anyhow, that's my point.
Thank you. The chair recognizes online Andrea Johnson to speak against the amendment.
Hello, Andrea Johnson from Gladstone. I'm speaking against this because it's too vague. Even after the amendment, there's no plan in place for this resolve. There's no cost, I think is a huge thing for camps. Also in the new amendment, who decides when to offer primarily plant-based? Again, it's too vague at this point. It's not that I'm totally against it. I just think it's too broad of a spectrum to say this is what we need to do now. I'm also against it because of a concern for less attendance and fellowship in the dining area. I can say I myself, my family, we eat meat, dairy, eggs, all of those products, probably 5 to 6 times a week. That's my choice as a human. That's what I choose to eat. And I would be concerned that I'm not the only one. The fellowship that you will be limiting in the dining areas during camps and family camps and those sorts of events because of the dining options. If we're completely transitioning over to that, I realize that transition is no longer in the resolve, but in the end, that is the goal towards that end result. And if that's the only menu that's going to be offered, I feel like there's going to be a less of attendance and less fellowship. And that goes against what we're trying to do in the first place. We're losing membership, we're losing funds. Besides the cost, we need to bring people in and not move people out. So it's a real concern for me that this entire resolution is completely all too vague at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Kathy Gaddy online to speak for the amendment.
Oh, there we go. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was doing research. I used to substitute teach for Boyne Falls schools in Michigan. And several years back, they brought in a voluntary chef from the community and they invoked this new menu that is very plant-based, very healthy based. And they did it within the normal budget allowed for them for the dietary needs of their school. Yes, they are a small school, but comparatively, they're about equal to our camps. So it wouldn't be a disproportionate thing here. But more so, I was reading online what exactly plant-based primarily means. So I just want to quickly read this definition. Plant-based or plant-forward eating patterns focus on foods primarily from plants. This includes not only fruits and vegetables, but also nuts, seeds, oils, whole grains, legumes, and beans. It doesn't mean that you are a vegetarian or a vegan and never eat meat or dairy. Rather, you are proportionately choosing more of your foods from plant sources. This, in my understanding, is more concise than what we're offering. You have to offer a balanced food. And yes, you have to look at what kids eat. Kids don't eat the same things as adults eat. You develop those tastes as you have life experience and as you grow older. So if we can offer a menu that is proportionately appealing to children, but also appealing to the more sophisticated palates and more healthier palates that we are trying to create, then yes, we have a basis for what we're trying to do. But you can't go from one extreme to the other because Andrea is correct. Children will not eat primarily healthy food. They like their food. If I asked my grandchildren to attend that camp, they would starve because they would not eat one thing that's in that menu. So you have to look at it proportionately and slowly introduce, maybe through the salad bar, maybe through like some of the high schools, they have what they call a dining line and they have the standard junk food line. And it is surprising how many kids migrate over to the dining line because the food is much better. The food, the taste is there, the healthiness is there. You still have those kids that eat the hamburgers and hot dogs and French fries, but primarily a lot of the children are shifting over. So it's again, that proportional offering so that it has stuff for everyone. So I'm sort of yes and no.
Thank you. The chair recognizes speech against in person.
Crossroads. I have 5
teenagers who go to camps, family camps, spec. And 2 of them are here with me. They've both said they wouldn't go, they wouldn't eat that. I'm not saying it's not available because I also bring my niece, my young niece, to family camp with us. She does not eat meat. We let the cooks know that. They gave her everything she needed. She ate very well. I don't think replacing meat is an option. And then the comment of throw black bean burgers on the grill and just don't tell them what it is. Would we do that to a vegetarian? Would we just put meat on the grill and give it to them, not tell them what it is? Because I don't think we would. So that's why I'm against it.
There have been speeches for and against, so the chair will seek to address some questions or motions. Online, Cheryl Ogg is recognized.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to amend the amendment, and if I get a second, I'll speak to it.
State your amendment.
I would like to strike the word primarily.
Okay, is there a second? There is a second. So the motion is to amend the amendment by striking the word primarily. And you can speak to the motion.
I also was at the South Carolina reunion that was well referenced. I went there not knowing that they served only plant-based food. And I do have dietary limitations, one of which is I can't eat rice. And there were meals that heavily weighed on having beans and rice as the complete protein. Luckily, I had taken with me some beef jerky. So after every meal, I would add some beef jerky to my diet so that I would get enough protein. I would hate to have kids have to bring food to camp just to be able to have the amount of things that they need in their diet. Having also worked with the youth, I can tell you that there may be a couple of kids that will eat a vegetarian diet, but on the whole, they want nothing to do with it. At SPEC, they offer rice and beans every meal, and that is not the option that is taken more often than not. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a speech against the amendment to the amendment? There is one online. The chair recognizes Todd Elkins to speak against the amendment to the amendment.
I guess it's maybe a parliamentary inquiry. If I wanted to refer the whole matter to the Mission Center presidency for consultation with the teams.
Okay, so that's a separate motion to refer. Before I recognize that, the chair would seek, is there a speech against the amendment to the amendment? There is no one in person or online. So the chair would recognize the motion at this time. Todd Elkins has moved to refer the entire all pending questions. Is that understanding, Todd, the amendments and motion?
Yes.
Refer to the Mission Center president.
Yes, and to report back at the next conference.
Is there a second to the motion to refer? There is a second. The motion before the body at this time is on referring all pending questions to the Mission Center president to report back at the next conference. We don't have a slide for that. That is the question. So now the question is open to discussion on the motion to refer. Discussion or questions on the motion to refer. Todd, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I would. I love this discussion. I think it's part of what we're called to do and to talk about how we can do but I think we've got people at different places, and I'm personally concerned about my lack of going to Gates Barbecue when I'm in Independence, but that's something I struggle with. Apostle Art Smith does plant-based stuff, and I love following him on Facebook. But I think I support the spirit of the whole effort and discussion, and hope we could keep it going.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Chair recognizes Rich Allen to speak against the motion to refer.
I guess I'm unclear about what question would be asked or what question you would be answering. Can you help explain to me what refer means as far as what question would you then be answering for us?
The motion to refer just means that the body is not voting on the pending questions. The report would be up to the person who is referred to. So in this case, the Mission Center president will have to report back. That could come with recommendations to adopt what's on the floor, to reject what's on the floor, to make different amendments. So the report next year, if this were referred, could come back with whatever the MCP at the time.
And that would be strictly you, or is there a committee, or?
The motion at this time is to the Mission Center president.
My concern with that, I'm not calling in to question your character because you're awesome at what you do, but I know you're very passionate about this particular issue on one side of it. So I'm not sure that referring to you to decide objectively if this is a good resolution or not, when you're one of the ones that created the resolution, really puts it in a realm of fairness, just because you're so convicted about it. And again, not to question your integrity, just because I know you feel very strongly one way about this. So that's why I would be against referring it to specifically one person. If we could refer it to you and a body of folks, that might be a better fit for me. I don't know.
Yes, the body can make.
So am I amending an amended amendment? Is that what's happening here?
So the body can amend the motion to refer.
Okay, I would like to amend it to be referred to a mission center with input from the Earth Stewardship team, as well as the camp directors, camp cooks, and anybody else need to be in it? Oh, what? Camping coordinator, how's that? It's like a committee put together based on folks that are involved in these ministries, I guess, but however you want to word that would be it could be headed by the Mission Center with the Earth Stewardship team as guidance, that's fine, but.
So the amendment would be to amend the motion to refer to be to a team appointed by the Mission Center president. You either have to name who's appointing the team or name who is on the team.
Okay, so I think the team would consist of it would be the Mission Center president with the Earth Stewardship team, since they're the ones that brought the resolution, so they're convicted about one side of it, and camping coordinator with, I guess we'll just say camp directors then, and we'll get our input from our cooks. That sounds reasonable, I guess.
So the resolution is to amend the motion to refer to strike Mission Center president and refer to a committee composed of the Earth Stewardship team, camping coordinator, and camp directors.
Yes. Yeah, that would be great.
Is there a second on the amendment? There is a second. The question before the body is on amending the motion to refer. To strike Mission Center president and refer to a committee composed of the Earth Stewardship team, camping coordinator, and camp directors. So now discussion is on the motion to amend the motion to refer. Was a speech in favor? Rich, did you have anything more to speak to the amendment? Is there anyone wishing to speak against the amendment?
Tracy Teal, Richmond Congregation. I'm speaking against the refer. I think it should go back to the body for a vote.
So at this time, the question is on amending the resolution to refer. What are the motion to refer? So what should the motion to refer state? The proposal is to strike Mission Center president and insert the committee. Is there any speeches against? There's one online. Debbie Davis recognized to speak against the motion to amend the motion to refer.
Okay. I would speak against the amendment to motion to refer. I think the body needs to decide, not leave it up to administration. I think they have a right to decide what they want to do. And I think the amendment to the referral is not the right thing to do. Thanks. I have that.
Okay, there's speech for, the chair recognizes Tim Ross to speak for the amendment to the motion to refer.
Tim Ross, Thornapple River Congregation. Well, I'm still pretty much opposed to the original resolution. I think that this is a good compromise to move us forward. As I indicated earlier, I think we are called to be responsible stewards. Personally, I'm not sure that this is a step that I would take in my own lifestyle, but I think the body that's suggested to consider these ideas is an appropriate one. The Earth Stewardship team on one side, who probably is much more focused on these issues that we're discussing. And then we have camp directors and those who know how, quote unquote, the rubber meets the road. And so how can, perhaps there is a good way to find a compromise where plant-based options can be available, but at the same time, we don't have to lean so heavily into those and still have meat and animal-based options. I mean, even looking at the sample menus that were suggested, it seems like every meal there was something that would require butter or sour cream or milk. And so there are so many things that if we dig deep into this, I think we really limit ourselves. So I think this committee is the appropriate one. The suggested group of individuals is the appropriate one to get together to where many sides of the issue, different facets of this whole concept can be brought together and discussed in a smaller group. And yeah, absolutely, this group is the group that will ultimately decide whatever we do, but this will give us some time to get this group together, look at all of the issues that surround this topic, and perhaps bring back a recommendation in a year from now that makes more sense than what we have before us today. Thank you.
There's no one else seeking to speak for or against the motion to amend the motion to refer. There is now a speech against. Andrea Johnson is recognized to speak against the amendment to refer.
Andrea Johnson, Gladstone. I just would like clarification. I'm not necessarily speaking for or against, but my question is the motion to refer to the committee composed of Earth Stewardship Team, Camping Coordinator, and Camp Directors, is that referral for them to make that decision, or is it for them to combine thoughts and efforts to bring back further information to next year's conference?
The motion to refer is for the team to report back at the next conference. So no power to act or make a decision.
Did you hear me?
Yes, the motion to refer, whether it's the original form or the amended form, is to have the identified person or team report back at the next conference. There is no power to act or make a decision.
Correct. That's my question.
It is not stated in the motion, so it is only to recommend next conference.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Erwin. Question or motion?
Just a question. Do we even need a resolution to enact these things? Is this something that people, camping directors, everybody can just do based on a, hey, the Airship Stewardship Committee found this out. Who wants to try it? Like, can all that be done without a resolution and being dictated to what we need to do?
The event cooks can plan their menus as they choose.
So the Earth Stewardship Commission can make a recommendation and they don't have to be a resolution at this floor to have that stuff enacted if the campgrounds decided to do it.
Correct.
Okay.
Chair recognizes Patricia Clapham online for a question or motion.
Hi, Patricia Clapham here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make a motion to move to the previous question, or however that's worded. Move to the previous question so we can vote on this reference to referral to change it.
Okay, there are currently 5 pending questions.
I know.
So your motion is to move previous question on the immediate question or all?
The immediate question, and we can move on down the line.
So just to be clear, if it's only on the immediate question, it would proceed to vote, but the other questions would then come back open for debate as we proceed through. If the previous question is ordered on all items and approved, then debate is closed on all items and we would just succeed through votes. So is the motion to close debate?
The motion is for the referral, the immediate discussion.
Okay, so there is a motion for previous question that is to close debate on the immediately pending question, which is the amendment to the motion to refer. There are no people seeking to speak, so without objection, previous question is ordered. Hearing none, debate is closed on the motion to amend the motion to refer. The question before the body at this time is on the amendment. The chair will ask for a poll to be open on the amendment. The question is to strike Mission Center president and insert a committee composed of the Earth Stewardship Team, camping coordinator, and camp directors. Delegates are voting now on the amendment. Votes can be submitted. Yes to amend by striking and inserting. No to leave the motion to refer as it was moved.
Thank you.
Polls are open to vote on the amendment to the motion to refer. Shall the motion be amended by striking MCP and inserting committee composed of the Earth Stewardship Team, camping coordinator, and camp directors? Sponsors are approaching 90%. It appears more than 90% have responded, so the chair would ask for the polls to be closed. 10 seconds. There are 173 in favor, 64 opposed. There is a majority. The amendment is adopted. The question now before the assembly is on the motion to refer to the Earth Stewardship Team, to refer all pending matters to a committee composed of the Earth Stewardship Team, camping coordinator, and camp directors to report back at the next Mission Center conference. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer as amended? Chair recognizes Dwight Easley for a question or motion.
Dwight Easley, Battle Creek congregation. This sounds so much like the discussions we used to have on the Woodlands. I move all questions.
There's a motion to order a previous question, which closes debate on all pending questions. Is there a second? There is. There are no individuals seeking the floor at this time on the pending motion to speak. Without objection, the motion for previous question on all pending items would be adopted. Is there any objection? Seeing none, hearing none. Previous question is ordered on all pending items. The question before the body at this time is on the motion to refer to a committee composed of the Earth Stewardship Team, Camping Coordinator, and Camp Directors to report back at the next Mission Center Conference. Polls will open on a motion to refer. As stated, delegates can now vote on the motion to refer. Yes, to refer to the committee as stated. No, to defeat the motion and return to the amendments. About 90% have responded. Chair will ask the polls to close in 10 seconds on the motion to refer. There are 185 votes in favor, 50 votes against. The motion to refer is adopted. The resolution and amendments pending are referred to a committee composed of the Earth Stewardship Team, Camping Coordinator, and Camp Directors to report back at the next Mission Center Conference. The next item of business is sustaining of Mission Center officers and Mission Center invitation support ministers. The chair will be turned over to Apostle Lachlan Mackay. The letter of appointment for the positions is found on page 36 of the conference materials. A letter of appointment for the invitation support minister is on page 37. At this time, I relinquish the chair to Lachlan Mackay, Apostle for the Northeast USA Mission Field, including the Michigan Mission Center.
Dan. The First Presidency has recommended that the conference sustain the appointment of Dan Nowicki to serve as the Mission Center President and Jessica Montague to serve as the Mission Center Financial Officer. Your field apostle, currently serving as the chair, has recommended that Linda Stambridge serve as the Mission Center Invitation Support Minister. If there is no objection, all three of the recommendations will be considered together with one vote taken. Without objection, the question before the conference is on sustaining Dan Nowicki as Mission Center President, Jessica Montague as Financial Officer, and Linda Stambridge as Mission Center Invitation Support Minister. Is there any discussion? Voting will take place by polling. Those in favor of sustaining the recommended appointments, please vote yes. Those opposed, please vote no. There it goes. please vote in person. We've had the online going. Ten more seconds. There is a majority in favor. The appointments of Dan Nowitzki as Mission Center President, Jessica Montague as Mission Center Financial Officer, and Linda Stambridge as Mission Center Invitation Support Minister are sustained. Thank you. I now return the chair to Dan Nowitzki.
Thank you for your continued support. Your prayers and generosity are greatly appreciated. Your president looks forward to serving with you in the coming year. The next item of business is the sustaining of staff and leaders who will serve on the Mission Center Council. A list of persons who have agreed to serve on the council is found on page 38. The Mission Center president recommends sustaining the individuals listed as named. The question before the body is on sustaining those. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, the chair seeks unanimous consent to sustain the individuals listed. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the listed individuals are sustained. Thank you for your service, and thank you to those who have served in the past year and are moving on to other roles. Remaining items of business are new business. The chair directs delegates to page 39 for the resolution entitled Rescind Mission Center Delegate Policies submitted by the Boyne City congregation. Are there any questions about resolution 3 before it is placed on the floor? Again, the whereas paragraphs will not be read. Seeing no questions, the chair recognizes Lee Ecker for a motion to adopt resolution 3.
Thank you, Dan. Lee Ecker, Boyne City Congregation. I move resolution 3, we send Mission Center Conference delegate policies.
Is there a second? The motion is to adopt resolution 3, and there is a second. The question before the body is resolved that the Mission Center rescind the Mission Center organization rules requiring a delegate conference and open all conferences to all members in the Michigan Mission Center. Lee Ecker is recognized to speak for resolution 3.
Thank you, Dan. As we considered the resolution to amend the bylaws at the World Conference to allow conferences to be conducted using electronic means, I immediately thought about how it would apply to the Michigan Mission Center. I appreciate the additional information provided on page 39 as it supports my supposition that the trend will continue as long as we allow delegates to participate online. I believe that many members or delegates will continue to participate online if allowed, primarily because of financial issues, particularly if the conference continues to be held at Blue Water. Opening the conference to all members will not increase attendance or participation as noted, as many of the congregations could have provided delegates or alternates. That's a question still need to be determined. I would support resolution 4 as it would help to increase the personal participation. I don't believe this resolution would increase attendance significantly, but it would only decrease the hours spent by the Mission Center in preparing for delegate seating and the unnecessary burden placed on pastors, congregations, and their election of delegates. I don't know if Boyne City congregation is the exception or the rule, but our attendance or those interested in attending conference are few, and almost the entire current attendance is either delegates or alternates. I understand that the current delegate numbers for each congregation is based on membership on rolls rather than current attendance patterns. I don't know the current membership totals of Mission Center compared to when we adopted the delegate conferences, but I'm sure it's dropped significantly as well as the number of congregations. I think the reason for adopting a delegate conference in the first place was because of the large number of attendees. If so, I think this is no longer valid. I know there are some semi-valid reasons to oppose this resolution. One, if adopted, we would not have a conference room large enough to accommodate all members, particularly if there was a high interest resolution such as selling a campground. I think that's highly unlikely, but we could have a special conference requiring delegates for those cases. And number two reason, are there members who think large congregations could flood the conference to enable a particular cause, particularly in the case of selling a campground. I think we should learn to trust every member to act justly. I know there are some who disagree with me, and that's okay. Personally, I would like to see this resolution adopted, but if nothing else, we brought it to the floor so you can think and act on this issue. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The chair recognizes online Deborah Brew for a speech against.
Hello. As much as I appreciate and love children, I really do not think that an 8-year-old child has the development to make responsible choices in these matters.
There's no speech for in person or online. The chair will take another speech against and recognize Tim Ross.
Tim Ross, Thornapple River. I want to speak against this for just a couple of reasons. One, if you look at the conference material, there are several congregations who have maybe a delegate to this conference. And so if we open it up, there may still only be one person from those particular congregations. So I don't think that allowing all of the members to come would solve that issue, would significantly increase conference attendance. The other issue, as my brother Lee mentioned, is the idea of flooding the conference for a particular issue. That really concerns me because that has happened, and many of us have experienced that in congregational meetings where there's a particular issue or someone wants to be pastor, and all of a sudden that whole person's family who are on the books but have never been to church in years show up and elect that person pastor. And they have the right to do that because they're members in good standing in the church. That could be very problematic if we have a particular issue at this conference. And so for those reasons, I stand opposed to this resolution.
Chair recognizes Dean Robinson online to speak for the resolution.
The reason that I'm supporting this ties in pretty directly to what Lee had to share. The other thing that I hold up is we used to tie delegates to congregations. We have members of the church who are floaters in Michigan. Is their voice any less needed or not wanted just because they are not tied directly to a congregation? So if there's going to be a non-delegate tied to congregation opportunity, I think that stands in good stead for this particular resolution.
Thank you. There have been 2 speeches for and 2 against. The chair will seek another speech for and recognize Lisa Meyer to speak for the resolution.
Lisa Meyer, Spiral, a Space of Welcome congregation. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate our Mission Center leadership on running this conference as a dual in-person and online conference, because that's really difficult. And I've been to much smaller groups that have not been able to do it as good. So thank you for that. But I also mostly wanted to speak for the opening of conference to anybody who wants to attend. At Spiral, you'll notice in the data that was provided that we're one of the few congregations that filled all of our delegate and all of our alternate spots. I have a lot of people who are interested in knowing what's going on at the Mission Center level, but they don't really see a point in coming if they don't have a voice or a vote. And for them, a voice equals a vote. So I could have a lot more people here that are getting involved and interested in what the Mission Center is doing, being part of committees and such as needed, and using their skills if the delegate conference was opened up to a full conference. I've had that feeling since we initially made it a delegate conference, but I still rise to support that now. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Michael Brooks to speak against.
Michael Brooks, Sixth Street. This to me is a little bit controversial, but I do enjoy coming to these conferences when I have a chance to. Sometimes I'm not able to, but people in my congregation have elected me to represent them. And once we looking at this, the lingo of this resolution here, it looks like we'll try to move it all to online, and not everybody has access to online resources. And having it open to a new member to come and be part of this conference when they don't know enough background of what's going on too, I don't think that would be too helpful for this mission center.
There are no speeches for at this time. Chair recognizes Sarah Allen to speak against.
Sarah Allen, Capital. I'm against this because I believe in, for me, I think there's the concept of equity and equality around the whole state and how different people think about things differently. And I agree with what Tim said earlier of not having a certain section come in. I also see this in terms of the bigger picture, like when we go to World Conference. I have been in that space where I am reminded why the delegation is beneficial when we are able to be in that space. And I'm just saying it from a bigger picture. We're in that space where a whole lot of people from the US can come and be in that place, but someone from India or from a different place is not able to. And so that delegate piece balances all of that out. And so for me, that's how I view this and for why I'm against it.
There's no one else seeking the floor. Hearing no one else seeking the floor, the question before the body is on resolution 3. Polling will open to vote on resolution 3. Those in favor of the resolution will vote yes. Those opposed, no. Polling will open in person and online. Okay, responses from more than 90%. The chair would ask the polls to be closed in 10 seconds. There are 67 votes for, 169 votes against. There is not a majority. Resolution 3 fails. Next item of business is resolution 4. The chair directs delegates to page 41 of the conference materials. Are there any questions on the resolution before it is moved for the conference? Seeing no question, the chair recognizes Jack Tigner of the Coleman Congregation to move resolution 4.
There we go. Resolution 4, requesting that we move the Mission Center Conference to a centrally located area in Michigan because of limitations in the venue capacity where it's at now and the time and distance it takes to drive from northern and western Michigan to the campground. And many of the attendees that are on, even today, I'm looking through the list of people that are only able to participate because they're so far away virtually rather than in person. And I think this motion to move the conference is based on the lack of fellowship that we have now in our church statewide. I'm certainly not against taking away an event from Blue Water Campground. That's not our intent. But we missed the fellowship. It has been many years since there have been people that I have personally not seen who I would like to at least have an encounter with once a year. And so as I've talked to other people, in our area and congregations, they feel the same way, that we would like to get together in a larger venue in a centrally located region. Zoom just does not seem to take the place of being in person. The engagement from an individual is just not the same as an in-person participant. In-person meetings, they offer unique opportunities for members and friends to connect with each other in a way that virtual meetings are not able to replicate, particularly to clasp someone's hand in a passionate handshake and being able to look someone in the eye while they are speaking is an experience of love and appreciation that cannot be experienced virtually. And some have questioned or may question whether we can afford to do that, but I can only testify that we've always been able to do it in the past. As far as meeting budgets, whether that be through registration fees or through generosity-based contributions. We've always seemed to be able to cover our expenses. And that's how I feel. And I would like to move resolution 4, move Mission Center Conference to the floor.
Thank you, Jack. The motion is before the body. Is there a speech against? No one registered online. Is anyone speaking against in person? Okay, before we take a question, is there anyone want to speak against? The chair recognizes Lori Decker to speak against the resolution.
For 2 reasons. I'm on Blue Water Campgrounds board and I'm on the Mission Center board. And what was done in the past cannot speak to what is capable now. When you look at finances and not being able to meet budget for the Mission Center, I strongly doubt we could afford to have a centrally located place that costs us more than the 8,000 that it cost back then, 8 to 10,000, because now it will be more. And when we can't even fund our campgrounds, I don't know how we can justify taking that kind of money to move it somewhere centrally located. I can justify it. I understand the virtual part because I'm a hugger. So I get that, but monetarily, I don't get it.
Chair recognizes Michael Brooks for a question or motion.
Michael Brooks, Sixth Street. My question here is, by moving it to a central location, I'm neither for or against it at this point. But when we were a Michigan region, we used to host these meetings in high schools. Are we able to obtain that again?
Yes, that would be a possibility. Chair recognizes Dean Robinson for a motion or question.
The only thing I wanted to ask was, I didn't hear a second on this motion.
Yes, it was while Jack was making the speech, the chair asked for a second and was received. The resolution is stated.
Thank you.
Chair would recognize Debbie Davis to speak in favor of the resolution.
Thank you. I'm in support of this motion because I'm concerned, we seem to be few in number but centrally located for the whole state, not just Lower Michigan. I think that our brothers and sisters in the UP would appreciate not having to drive for 8 hours, particularly that they want to be a part of the conference, and like, Mr. Tigner said, we need that. We need the personalization. We need to be together. We need to discuss things in person. But centrally, it says Lansing if you Google it, but I think it needs to also, we need to include those from the Upper Peninsula to be a part of that. So centrally located is going to be more like West Branch or a little bit north. And those that are in the south say that's too far to drive 3.5, 4 hours. That's what I would be driving coming from Gaylord had I done in person. So I'm in support of finding a central location that would include our brothers and sisters from the UP. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Dick Pennington to speak against.
I'm well aware of the fact that the temptation of moving it into the central location. We used to go to Mount Pleasant. We used to go to Mason. We used to go to Saginaw. Every one of those places are a distance from the Grand Rapids area. But I've been over to Blue Water to be there. I never saw Jack over at the Blue Water area. I saw him in Saginaw, but I don't know that I saw him in Mount Pleasant. Don't know that I saw him in Mason. But I don't think we should be spending the money to go to any location that's not going to be helping fund a Michigan mission, a facility that is owned by the church. We need to be careful where we direct our funds right now. So I speak in opposition to this resolution. Unless we're going to a congregation or something like that, or a campground owned by the church. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Donnie Toth to speak in favor of the resolution.
Donnie Toth, Royal Oaks Congregation. This says that this would only be considered. It doesn't say that a designation would be made to move it at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and there were a number of considerations that you brought up at the meeting on Friday night regarding moving to some of the problems with the Sanford ground or the Saginaw location. So I would speak in favor of this then for this possibility to be considered.
Chair recognizes Kelly Christian to speak against the resolution.
Kelly Christian, Eastside Congregation. I speak against the resolution, but not for what a lot of you probably think. I know we have it at Blue Water, but I believe in spending our money in church-owned assets. I would love to have a conference at Sanford, the Sanford Church, Park of the Pines, and the UP at some place that we own. And then the money that we put there goes to that place. If we want to have a conference central located, put it in Sanford, because JJR said years ago, that's central. And we need to put money into it so we can have that facility available to do the things we want to do. Blue Water by default has year-round facilities. That's probably the only reason that we're here, okay? If we put 100 grand into Sanford, 100 grand in the park, we can probably go there and where we want to go, but it costs money. The other issue is that the conference can be decided where it wants to be already in our resolution. We don't have to have resolutions saying we're going to be here, it's considered here, but the Mission Center executive team, I believe, can choose where they want to have the conference. Is that not correct?
Unless ordered by the conference, the
Yeah, and this-
officers are responsible.
And this doesn't order it just as a consideration. And so I'm saying, oh, we all want to be together. I can get that. I don't want to be together at Saginaw Valley, spend 10 grand that goes to Saginaw Valley. Or be someplace where the money goes to somebody else. I want the money we raise to go to our assets that we have here, whether it's a church, a campground, or a tent we put up in a field, somewhere else. But the money stays with us.
Speech 4, Bud Teal.
Lyle Teal, Richmond Congregation. One of the things, this may sound actually like I'm voting for this because this is wonderful. It took me less than about 45 minutes to get here today. And that's great. But I miss the opportunity to be able to have fellowship and hear, discuss, and the camaraderie that's involved when we come together as a larger group. And I can see the expense is a problem. I totally understand that. But I don't know that money is worth giving up the opportunity. You know, as I hear these voices reverberate off the walls here, it's wonderful. But right now I'm looking at the back of a box. I would much prefer to be able to see people face to face, eye to eye, and enjoy their fellowship.
Chair recognizes Kim Stanbridge to speak against.
I don't have any amendments. I speak against this resolution as it is presented. I agree with what a lot of previous speakers have said, that our money should be going into church assets. Mainly the what and the where and the how much is it going to cost. And I personally trust the Mission Center executive team to annually make a decision as to where conferences or other church events should be held, because equal and equitable are not the same thing. And I stand here as a person who has always been very passionate about what happens in my church, who's been involved in specific areas of the church. I've never been able to come to conference until it's been here. So I understand people say they can't make the trip to come here. But as far as, you know, transportation and who's gonna watch my cats while I'm gone for multiple days, but I mean, because it costs money to travel. So I do hear what other people are saying, that they can't come from the UP to Blue Water, but that is the reverse for people who live in this area who've not previously been able to participate. And so I trust the Mission Center team to say, we need to have it here this time for these reasons, financially or otherwise. And there was another reason that I didn't put on my phone, so I'm forgetting. But it was important, but it's gone. So as my dad would have said, it must have been a lie. Sorry.
Thank you. There are currently no individuals registered to speak for or against the resolution. There are several seeking to ask a question or make a motion. The chair recognizes Cheryl Seifert for a motion or question.
Dan, can you hear me?
Yes.
Actually, I wanted to speak for it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, the first word in our church's name is community. And one of the downfalls of COVID is that we have totally lost that in our mission center. We don't have that many activities other than reunions and the camps that have been in the summer, where we can build that community. And I think our church is suffering for it. And I think that we need to do more community building. And one of the ways that we can do it is to have a live conference. We're not building community. Yeah, it's nice to be sitting here in Waterford as a group and we can discuss things and we're watching you on TV, so to speak, but we're not building the community outside of our congregation that we could be by being at Blue Water. But I think Blue Water is limited because you don't have enough housing for everybody there. You can't expect that people are going to be having their campers to come because a lot of them have already closed them up for the winter because that's Michigan weather. And you certainly can't expect people to tent this time of year because that's not doable. So I think that we do need to look at going back to the previous model of having a centrally located conference that everybody can participate in. I think that having Zoom should be an added feature and not something that we have 90% of the people that are relying on it because they couldn't get a room at Blue Water or they don't want to drive from one end of the state to the other because it's always at the wrong end of the state for them. I have dear friends that live in northern Michigan that I know that they drive farther to get to their congregations than most of us do down here to begin with. And I know that that's something that they do because they love the church, but they shouldn't have to make the sacrifice every single time to drive down to Blue Water for conference. Both of the other campgrounds are I agreed, not equipped to handle a Mission Center conference. But I think we do need to look at options such as high schools and that type of thing. And maybe look in an area where there are several congregations around that high school that then you could have some events at the other congregations. That happened several times during the region conferences where they would be at a high school, but there would be 2 or 3 congregations in the general area. And they had youth activities at one congregation, they had maybe singles at another, and there was a lot of community building that went on. I think we need to get back to our roots and I think we need to build our community back up. And I think that's the only way that our congregations are going to survive.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Mr. Seifert to speak against.
I served on the executive committee for the Mission Center Conference for several years. And I can tell you from experience, it is very, very difficult to find a host place anywhere. I agree that we need to, it'd be nice to be able to see everybody and I'll be in person, but it's very difficult and it is very expensive.
Thank you. There are no others registered to speak at this time. Chair recognizes Kevin White for a question or motion.
Question. Does the Mission Center leadership at this time choose from year to year where each conference will occur?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not under any rule that says it needs to be anywhere at this time, correct? So the Mission Center already has the capacity to consider moving the conference wherever they would like each year, correct? Whether it be centrally or north or wherever, correct?
Yes.
So in a sense, isn't the resolution a moot point? And could you can, based on the fact that the word that the Michigan Mission Center consider moving, could a vote no mean a restriction in decision making, that it not be able to? Okay, so to me, it's a moot point and perhaps even out of order.
The resolution is a recommendation, if adopted, to state the desire of the body, but if failed, that does not mean the conference cannot consider it. So a failure to adopt does not preclude that action from taking place.
Okay, can I call the question then?
There's a motion for previous question.
Thank you.
There are no individuals seeking to speak for or against, but there are several hands raised for questions or motions. The chair will ask if there is unanimous consent for adopting previous question and closing debate. Is there any objection to closing debate? I clear the feedback. Is there any objection to closing debate? Okay. Chair recognizes Catherine Williamson.
Hi, Kathy Williamson from Riverview Congregation. I really wanted to ask this before we voted on it. Could you give some clarification? Because we know that there are a lot of members, especially as an aging community, that have mobility issues or reasons why they cannot travel. Would this eliminate our ability to be a hybrid conference where Zoom is no longer allowed? So just some clarification on that, please.
The ability to have a conference is in the church bylaws. This resolution does not speak to the format as far as in-person, online, or hybrid. It only speaks to the location. So the ability would still be there to have a hybrid. The chair recognizes Andrea Johnson. I know the motion is pending, but we have some people seeking the floor prior to unanimous consent.
Yes, hello, Andrea Johnson. This is not a for or against. I just want to bring information forward. So just for clarification,
Andrea, we're
if
not
we're talking about a centrally located area.
Sorry, Andrea, at this point, there's not any more information. The motion was made to call previous question. The chair was just asking if there's any objection to ordering previous question. So if you want to object to that, that would mean we take a full poll. If not, we vote just by unanimous consent and move into the vote. So Andrea, do you want to object to unanimous consent? Andrea, if you could unmute if you want to object. Doesn't appear so. Is there any objection to unanimous consent for the motion to order previous question and close debate? Hearing none, previous question is ordered. Debate is closed. The question before the body is on resolution 4. Voting will open on the resolution. Those in favor, vote yes. Those opposed, vote no. All right, those online, it'll say resolution 2. The resolution 4 poll is not showing, but the vote will be totaled. So just vote for the poll you're seeing, even though it says resolution 2. Okay, there's over 90% responding. Chair would ask the polls to close in 10 seconds on resolution 4. There are 154 in favor, 80 votes against. There is a majority. Resolution 4 is adopted. And the consideration will be given to scheduling future Mission Center conferences in a larger facility and essentially located facility able to accommodate a larger body of members and friends. This concludes the business submitted to the conference. A couple of brief announcements. The afternoon session will be open to anyone in Zoom. We will not be streaming. It is a separate link. So delegates, you'll need to go to the Mission Center website. You'll also get an email during the break. So it'll be a different Zoom link that's open to anyone for Saturday afternoon. And then that same Zoom link will be used again Sunday morning for the open sessions. So check that different link for the afternoon. Presentations will be given by Carla Long, a counselor to the presiding bishopric, Block Mackay, field apostle, and Mission Center staff. Sunday morning presentations will be about Mission Center activities and communications for 2024. Sunday worship will start at 11 a.m. and will include celebration of the Lord's Supper. Please prepare emblems at your location. The silent auction will take bids until 2 o'clock in person. Generous donations during lunch will be appreciated for the meal and conference costs. See Jessica Montague if you have any specific designations for other funds or locations as have been shared throughout the conference. There's an announcement that the 70s will gather for lunch in the lodge. Where at? In the lodge lobby. So 70s are invited to gather in the lobby for lunch. An announcement has also been shared about an event at the Troy Oaks congregation tomorrow at 3 o'clock, a benefit concert to benefit Outreach International. Are there any other questions? Delegates in person will need to check out. Please be patient, but you need to return your voting device. It's also helpful if you can return your name tag. The name tags can just go in the box on the corner. Your device you need to hand directly back to Dorothy to check in. Please stay seated just for a moment. Is there any additional business to come before the conference? The chair recognizes Dick Pennington.
Dan, are you able to hear me?
Yes, Dick, you're recognized.
Okay, I hate to bring up a point of order, but when you took that last vote, it was not on the issue. It was on, are you ready to vote?
That's true. No, there was no objection to ordering the previous question. It was ordered by unanimous consent, and thus the conference proceeded to the vote on resolution 4. So the point is not well taken.
Okay.
Other to come before the body? Hearing none, thank you for participation and service as delegates. Don Harvey will provide a moment of blessing. The 2023 Mission Center Conference is adjourned. Please join Don in a prayer for our lunch and afternoon.
Would you bow with me, please? Our dear Father, we are your gathered people, and we have come here expecting your Spirit to be with us, and we have not been disappointed. We have discussed and we have done the business of the church, and we have done it in the good spirit in which you have guided us to use. We pray, Father, that as we move forward, that this weekend may be continued to be blessed by you and by each other. We pray that as we move forward, that we would also enjoy the lunch that is provided for us with your blessing. We pray, Father, that you would be with those who have come a distance, that they may arrive to and from safely, and that they may be changed by the Spirit that is present here today. We pray these things in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
Amen. Those willing to help with KP, head on over first, please, to help clean up after lunch. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock.